Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Insurance and Real Estate Committee's final JF meeting. Thank you all for being here. We have about 12 items on our agenda. I'm going to go through it, but for opening remarks, just want to say that these are our work in progress, and we're going to keep, as you know, after this committee meeting today, continue to work on these bills, and looking forward to a productive meeting, answering questions, and I don't know if my co-chair has any opening remarks or rankings. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just thank everyone for their work. Thank the committee for all the work on the bills this session. I wanted to give a special recognition to the staff. LCO Attorney Connor Herdick, OLR Janet Leminski Leduc, OLR person Michelle Kirby. They were up really late doing a lot of work for us, so we appreciate you. HDO policy staff Zoe Gluck, HRO policy staff Connor Fave, SDO policy Brett Kupfer, SRO policy Megan Dreher, and OFA Ariana Baranachia and Nicolette. I'm being tested on these names, I swear. Needs Wiki. And assistant clerks, Nicole Chambrello and Lauren Kaiser-Kraus, and our clerk, Allie Keif. So thanks everyone for the hard work in getting us to this point. They make us look good.
Ditto, they do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo all those names, but she had a cheat sheet on there. But I also wanted to add the Senate Republican staff, Megan Dreher and Avery Gaddis, for their help. They make us certainly a lot smarter than we're given credit for. So more importantly, I'm excited to get moving on this and move bills forward on this committee to be able to make a difference from the work of this committee. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative? No? Okay. Let's get to it. So we'll move on with item number 1, HB 738.
Second.
That was quick. All right. Moved by Barry, second by Wood. Any questions or comments? Representative Padilla-Amato.
Thank you. If you could just give a brief summary. I believe, in favor of this bill. I think it's a great idea. I know we've had severe weather issues over the last few years, so I really do hope this bill moves forward. But if you could just provide a little insight.
Sure, I'll give you the cliff notes first. This is JO to the floor. It's 738. It's a raised bill acting concerning a study of the feasibility of the establishment of a captive insurance company, which we've spoken about up in this committee a lot, using a parametric insurance to provide financial assistance to farmers impacted by the effects of severe weather, which we all are very familiar with. The bill basically conducts a feasibility study, establishing a captive insurance company or providing insurance coverage through parametric contracts to provide financial assistance to farmers in the state who are impacted by the effects of severe weather, which we're seeing more and more, and requires them to give us a report on February 1st, 2026, with recommendations to the Environment and Insurance and Real Estate Committees, in a nutshell.
Thank you. And I found a lot of the public testimony, some of the insight, and then some of the suggestions about some of the technology that we could utilize for flood and I think otherwise. So I do encourage support from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Meskers.
Just a comment. I think it's a phenomenal issue to tackle and deal with. I'd just add to it, I know that the state and the federal government at some point is involved in aid and grants to the industry. So I'd like them to incorporate whether or not we could divert, if there's funding required to socialize the cost and get a pooling of insurance to cover agriculture, that we look at some of those resources as well, potentially to help establish a captive insurance, because I think giving aid to the maximum number of the farmers and all, if we can get there, stabilizing and protecting our industry is really important. So it's just a thought that it's late in the game, but I just mentioned that. But I intend to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Senator Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask through the chair, my understanding of the definition of parametric insurance. It's a type of policy that triggers a pre-agreed payment upon the occurrence of a specific predefined event or condition determined by measurable index rather than relying on traditional loss assessments. That is really applicable to our farm losses that don't have traditional losses, but we also saw in our shared districts what happened in the August train storms that occurred and the losses that are occurring. So through you, Mr. Chair, if you could just make sure for legislative intent, explain a little bit further like I just did, and maybe add to it the parametric insurance and what that means and covers.
The way you outlined the understanding of what a parametric contract is my understanding as well. And you're 100% right. You know, we're seeing more. We had a great hearing here not long ago about more and more people being impacted by severe weather events, and I think we're going to unfortunately see more of that. So this is a very appropriate time for us to be doing this. So looking forward to the results. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to add that the parametric insurance presentations that we received were just absolutely wonderful, seeing how they're being implemented in other parts of the world. For example, when an event happens and there is, say, a flooding event that occurs, it is measured either by satellite or some other variable, and thus checks are able to be issued immediately. What we're finding is that during these extreme weather incidents, there's all this crop damage, and then 2 and 3 years later, we're able to get help to the farmers, if at all. That doesn't help them. What they need is money to reinvest and do something more nimble, buying seeds that are, shorter term grow. So that's what the parametric insurance is about, and hopefully we can dive further into that through this bill.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's interesting. One of the first and perhaps one of the most successful captive insurances has been the Crumbling Foundation. And this is so much like that because farmers are an endangered species in Connecticut. They have a really tough time just to make ends meet, let alone when they have the catastrophe of a flood, a hailstorm, what have you. So this is definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? If not, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS LCO number 6304 to the floor. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlock D'Amato, Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Delnicki,
Yes.
Representative Meskers,
Yes.
Representative Nuccio, Senator Honig. Can I correct myself? Senator Lesser, Senator Honig, I said, Senator Marks. Apologies, that's a JF to the floor. Sorry about that.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you so much. Just so for those, I know we got people who are going to be straggling in, but we'll keep votes open if necessary after the meeting. Moving on to HB 769. This is a JFS to the floor. This is LCO 6102. This is an act raising concerning behavioral health assessments for police officers, something we've talked about a lot in our committee. It does three things to submit a behavioral health assessment. The first piece is every 5 years is a condition of continued employment. They have to have it. 2, it requires for a good cause showing. And 3, if the officer is a new hire for another law enforcement unit or jurisdiction. So it makes several changes. The one being requiring that any such assessment be conducted by a trained professional. It also prohibits a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a clinical social worker who conducts the assessment from accessing or requesting an officer's medical records through any electronic health record system, as well as prohibiting the assessment from being included in an officer's physical fitness for duty and being included in the officer's medical records. And lastly, explicitly limits disclosure of the assessments of the officer and the unit's administration head only. There is JFS language on this, as I mentioned, which provides for the provision that would have allowed the police officer to choose the profession to conduct the assessment. But instead of that, it requires that it be conducted by someone approved by the union representative. And two, adds that provision that limits disclosure and prohibit access to medical records. Now, we had a lot of conversation about this. Are there any comments or questions? Moved by Wood, second by Meskers. Questions or comments? Representative Palagamato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this was, the public hearing had some great testimony, and I do want to thank Representative Berry for pushing this legislation. I was really taken back by some of what has happened over the last year as a result of some other legislation that we have passed, and quite disappointed, I think, in the way people handled information. I think generally as an adult, I'd say, and a professional, you kind of know when you receive maybe information you shouldn't, and then how to handle it. And I think there have been some individuals who clearly failed to act in a professional manner, and it's just sad that we actually have to pass legislation like this. But again, thank you, Representative, for bringing this to our attention. And I do want to thank all the police officers and other individuals who protect us. And I do hope this legislation does help in the future going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to commend Representative Berry for raising it, and our thanks to her family and the support in law enforcement. And this was a result of feedback from line law enforcement officials looking to get mental health support. I know there were some opposing testimony from the chief's police, and my hope is that the substitute language does address some parts of it. But nevertheless, I think as we move forward, and some of these bills will be work in progress, that we incorporate some of the thoughts and concerns and take that into account. But obviously, the core mission, the core goal of this is to be able to provide mental health support for our frontline law enforcement. And they truly, truly deserve that. Their family deserve that. And I'll be supporting it. But I hope that we will take account some of the input from our chiefs of police associations. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Wong. My intention is to continue to work with the chiefs of police and also with Post. I did have a meeting with Post yesterday, and some of these changes could actually be made through the policy and not through statute. So this is definitely a work in progress, and I will take the chief's testament into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Berry. Any other questions or comments? None online, right? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS LCO number 6102, and act concerning behavioral health assessments of police officers. Representative Wood. Yes. Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Berry. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlock D'Amato. Senator Wong.
Senator Wong votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki. Yes. Representative Meskers. Representative Nuccio. Senator Honig. Senator Lesser. Senator Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to HB 6973. This is a JF to the floor, an issue we are all pretty familiar with. This is concerning health insurance premiums for members of volunteer fire departments and volunteer ambulance services. It does two basic things, and we heard from lots of people about this issue. Allows them to negotiate their health insurance premiums with members of volunteer fire departments or volunteer ambulance services, and allows the volunteers to pay a negotiated percentage of their premium instead of a mandatory 100%, as under current law. We heard from lots of people on this, especially smaller towns, who want to offer health insurance premiums to folks and cannot. So any questions or comments? Or actually, I've seen a motion.
Moved.
Moved by Wood. Second by Barry. Questions or comments? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the questions that came up through the public hearing and through our research on this is permissive for our municipalities, correct? And I think there are many towns that took the initiative, wanted to offer that to volunteer first responders, and they made that decision. But we're not imposing any mandates on municipalities to offer these. Would that be correct through you, Mr. Chair?
That's correct.
And we're looking at volunteer fire departments and ambulance services. So obviously, this bill encompasses both. I just want to make sure that we include and account for EMS services as well in the community. So thank you. I support this bill. Obviously, it allows a lot of the local municipalities to make their determination. We know how hard it is to be able to recruit and retain volunteer firefighters and EMS. So this is an initiative for towns to be able to build in incentives and enhance their recruitment. So I thank for raising this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Palagamato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as this bill goes, I think at least if the bill wasn't brought forward in the past, the issue was. And what was as far as the towns go and fire departments, were they in support of this bill or against the bill? I don't know if you remember the testimony.
I remember a little bit. I don't know if anyone else in the
Okay.
committee wants to
Is
chime in.
will this bill be needing a fiscal note?
I don't think so, but that remains to be seen.
Okay. So we're not sure if there's going to be a cost to the towns for this bill?
I don't think so. I was just, Representative Barry just informed me, and it's permissive, as Senator Wong talked about earlier, so there shouldn't be.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, then, yeah, I'm not sure. I might vote no to flag it or vote yes, but with just a flag just to kind of have some more questions answered going forward. But I
Right.
do thank you for bringing this bill forward.
I think Representative Wood has something to add on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add that this is not a mandate on the towns, and the towns would not be required to cover 100% of health insurance. Towns can take it up on themselves for what they want to cover. Right now, the statute says they can pay 0 of any healthcare coverage for volunteer fire and EMS. This is really just a way to give the towns a tool for recruitment and retention. There may be some young families that come into town. And if someone needs health insurance, may say, hey, the town's giving me a stipend of $1,000 a month or whatever the town decides, to join the volunteer fire department, that might be enough of, an incentive to get 5 or 10 new recruits. So there will be a cost to the town, but the towns can decide what that is, if anything. We just wanted to give them the tool. They do not have the ability to have this tool now. Thank you.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also add that I remember from the public hearing that not every volunteer firefighter will be using this as well. It could, some people have their wives or their families. So it's just, a small portion of that population, just to add.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll, please?
This is a roll call vote to JF HB 6973, an act concerning health insurance premiums for members of volunteer fire departments and volunteer ambulance services. Representative Wood. Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Barry.
Yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Pavlock D'Amato. Senator Wong.
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Delnicki. Representative Meskers. Representative Nuccio. Senator Honig. Senator Lesser. Senator Marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, you just correct for the record, it was Connor just informed me about the item number 1 wrong HB number, I believe was called. Can you just correct that?
Yeah, so the vote for item number 1 is a roll call vote to JF HB 7038, an act requiring a study of the feasibility of establishing a captive insurance company or using parametric insurance to provide financial assistance to farmers impacted by the effects of severe weather.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Okay, moving on to HB 7116. This is a JF to the floor. It's an act concerning insurance accountability and transparency. Has three basic sections. Prohibits the use of revenue neutrality clauses in healthcare contracts beginning on the 1st of 2025, July 1st, 2025. It also makes null and void any clauses in a healthcare contract, written policy or procedure or agreement entered into or renewed or amended on after July 1st, 2025. Sections 2 and 3 requires that aggregated payer data be submitted to OHS for the purpose of calculating the healthcare and growth benchmark and primary care spending targets. And the insurance commissioner may hire a third party or an independent expert needed to audit the data. And upon completion, there must be a written audit report submitted to the insurance and OHS commissioners and our committee, the Insurance Oversight and the Public Health Committees. Questions or comments?
Moved.
Moved by Wood. Can I get a second? Second by Barry. Representative Pablo D'Amato.
Thank you. Can you explain what this bill does? I believe there's just pretty much one topic or one line, which is revenue neutrality. If you could walk through what that is and give an example and what this bill does.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. It basically, Section 1 prohibits revenue neutrality clauses in healthcare contracts. And it specifically prohibits healthcare providers, healthcare carriers such as an insurance or an HMO, or health plan administrator, or any agent or entity contracting on behalf from offering, soliciting, requesting, amending, renewing, or entering a healthcare contract on or after July 1st, 2025. That includes a revenue neutral clause. Does that answer your question?
Part of it, yes. If you
Okay.
could give me an example, like I want to be able to explain this to a constituent. So somebody enters into a provider and a carrier enter into a contract. What actually in like fourth grade terms is that contract stopping them from doing? Or this bill stopping them from doing?
Representative Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It makes sure that pricing can be adjusted.
Okay. So the hold harmless clause, as in the provider, the insurance company can't go back to the provider for a difference in payment or some type of payment not covered.
That is correct. They would be able to adjust their adjust their pricing based on the difference in cost, rather than saying that the revenue is neutral throughout the contract.
Okay, and so that would happen at the beginning or throughout in the middle of the plan, or I mean, I know this applies to new and amended going forward. But as far as in executing the contract,
It would happen while the contract was in place.
okay. And I just don't remember this from screening. Was there public testimony for or against this bill?
Yes, this language also appears in SB 10 as well. So we did receive a lot of comment on it. And I would say that there's probably likely some more work to be done.
Okay, I'll probably just vote no, just to flag it. So I remember to work on it and discuss going forward, but thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wood?
Sections 2 and 3, I just want to point out for the committee, would be doing an audit of the cost growth benchmark.
Mhm.
And this recommendation has come to us by many of the, providers and players and participants with the cost growth benchmark that have been offering suggestions for improvement. And I would also like to say that we did receive some great feedback on how to improve how that data is collected and how the audit would move forward, and are open to taking those suggestions as well.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Senator Wong?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on the good House ranking member's question and get a little better understanding for legislative intent. Revenue neutrality clauses. I know that term occurs in taxation and budgeting, but how does that relate to healthcare contracts? And is it aimed at addressing transparency and accountability, which echoes in sections 2 and 3, but focusing on section 1? Could the good chair elaborate a little bit further and offer an example as it relates to healthcare contracts in regards to prohibiting revenue neutrality clauses? Because it is an important phrase, and it is about price setting and transparency, which we're trying to create a more accountable and dynamic and consumer market response. And the neutrality clauses kind of blankets in an industry wide kind of limited information sharing. Am I saying all the things that this bill is trying to address through either of the chairs? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Wood?
Thank you, Senator Wong. I think you hit the nail on the head regarding the transparency. This just gives more flexibility rather than saying that you can't adjust pricing based on different factors during these contracts, that there's the ability to adjust. Where this falls in the statute, if we were to pass it, is along with our anti-steering, anti-tiering, prevention of gag clause language. So it is providing more transparency. It is providing more flexibility, and kind of what we've been trying to do on this committee. And hopefully all of that would eventually lead to better quality of care and also, affect cost in a positive way for our customers as well.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to get that section 1 kind of clarified, because most of the testimony from our healthcare providers and hospitals obviously oppose the language on this. So as we've learned in the previous JF meeting, we're looking to address healthcare cost through transparency and accountability, and that we need to move the needle forward, and that change needs to occur despite many agencies, organizations that are critical partners in this kicking and screaming. But we're looking as a committee of cognizance to move the needle forward. So I understand and I appreciate the good Madam House Chair for explaining that the prohibition on revenue neutrality clauses. So thank you for that. The second and third section equally applies to the objection that we've heard from the Office of Healthcare Strategy in regards to our ask of them to be transparent and accountable. So again, as I said before, this bill continues to be a work in progress, but it has a little bit of something for everyone in regards to how we can bring forth greater transparency and accountability for the consumer that uses healthcare costs that continues to rise unaffordably. But it also says that you, of all the agencies, including our hospitals, medical device organizations, and doctors, as well as insurance companies, that transparency and accountability is important. But we're also saying in section 2 and 3 that state agencies need to also be transparent and accountable to ensure that we're getting all the information that we need to get to do the best thing that we can. So again, this is a bill that's going to have a lot of people kicking and screaming, but nevertheless, I think it's a work in progress that we can initiate forward as a committee to begin the conversation earnestly and honestly. So thank you for raising this bill, sir.
Thank you, Senator, and I'm right there with you. Transparency and accountability. I think you have a lot of friends in that two categories. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFHB 7116, an act concerning insurance accountability and transparency. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlock D'Amato, Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Delnicki, Representative Meskers, Representative Nuccio, Senator Honig, Senator Lesser, Senator Marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on our agenda is HB 7039. There is JFS language. It's LCO 6349. And you're okay with, you can walk through this if you want?
Sure.
I'm going to kick it over to Representative Wood on this one. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This JFS language addressed what we call clawbacks with our health and behavioral health mental health providers. It was more transparency around how to respond to a clawback. It reduces the time that a clawback can occur and provides some documentation. We were hearing from providers that they would get a letter and there was very little information on there of how to deal with the claim. So that is what Section 1 does. Section 2 is a working group. On the compensating pharmacists for the services. They were looking at a bill to do this right out of the gate. We had a ton of questions on how to process this in the state of Connecticut. So I know we're always doing working groups and some of them don't move forward. This one will absolutely be moving forward because we need to figure out how we can compensate pharmacists for the work that they're doing. Section 3 is language on the peer-to-peer. This was passed last session, I believe. And there's been negotiations on how this gets implemented for the peer-to-peer review. Section 4 regarding Connecticut's unfair trade practices and provides some additional clarification about how that moves forward. The JFS language is a lot of technical changes, so I won't go farther into that. But I do move, make a motion.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Motion by Representative Wood. Is there a second? Second by Ali Brennan. Any comments or questions? Senator Wong.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, the good chair of the House, for her explanation and for the leadership in our work on this bill. I think in reading through this comprehensive bill, it does address many of the concerns in regards to how we can make improvements to the system, but do it in a process that focus, and you're going to hear this many, many times with regards to controlling healthcare costs. It's about transparency and accountability to move working groups where all the shareholders can be engaged in the conversation, to kind of give respect and consideration and analysis to some of the therapy processes that are underway. So I think this is a product out of the insurance committee in our area of expertise and cognizance that brings forth a measured progress to addressing the concerns that may be prevalent in other committees or other bills that may be offered in this committee. But it shows that we are looking at it in a respectful manner, accounting for cost and impact as well as process. So I really applaud the very hard work of the committee leadership and all the staff that was cited earlier for their good work. This is a good template for us to address the need to have fair accountable, but also patient care delivery as well. So I think this is a model to contrast to many of the other bills we may consider from other committees, and I'm proud that as the Committee of Cognizance that we gave a voice to a product that I hope will earn passage and a work product that we can move forward on. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair, for your work on this bill, and I hope and I urge support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I believe Senator Anwar has a question online. Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we are talking about 7039, correct?
That's correct.
So the bill as of right now does have some parts which are going to dilute the prior authorization process. A very important bill that we as a legislative body passed last year. The way I'm reading this, it's going to dilute the prior authorization process, but there's also a clawback option for people who are providing mental health care. So I know that the language is going to improve. But because of the current language and my concerns as of flagging this, I'm going to be voting no. I wanted to thank everybody who's working on this, and I know it's going to improve and will be focused on the well-being of the citizens of the state. I don't see that process achieved yet, so I'm just going to flag it for now. But I wanted to thank everybody who's working on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Just a quick question. You mentioned diluting prior authorization. Do you know offhand what section you think that?
This is one of the last sections. This is the
Right.
part where the peer capacity is supposed to be same. In the past, we said that anybody who's going to be restricting patients not getting the care, they should be at the same level of the training. For example, if somebody's going to have their cancer therapy stopped because of prior authorization, it has to be a cancer specialist doing it. And this bill is, as of right now, suggests that we may be diluting the expertise of the person on the other side who's restricting that option. So I want to be cautious and protect the citizens, and that's why I'm going to be saying no at this point.
Thank you, Senator Anwar,
Thank
for clarifying that some more. And as you know, and everyone knows, these bills are works in progress, and so we're always open to having conversations with folks. So thank you for that. Questions or comments? Representative Pavlik-D'Amato.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair, I do want to thank everybody's hard work on this bill, and I do, especially Section 1, appreciative of that. I just had a constituent call about similar issue, and now having to pay, he's not very happy. And then, of course, I know the pharmacist reimbursement topic was brought to us, and so I'm glad we are looking into that, and hopefully going to come up with something that we can recommend for next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. I also want to point out, as this is a work in progress, I know that the substitute language removed important parts of the bill that had many advocates in regarding the issue of PKU, telehealth, motorized wheelchair services. I hope that as we continue to look at this as a product in work in progress, that we carefully evaluate the and balance some of those cost factors with the importance of providing these areas of service. Obviously, any fiscal note will have to go through appropriations, and I think the appropriations will make the determination. But I hope perhaps in our final product that the substitute language, which removes some of the particular areas for cost reasons, et cetera, and rationale, I hope that we will consider perhaps making some edits to it as a work in progress to account for some of those important provisions and the advocates who spoke so effectively on behalf of that. So I thank you, and that's it.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Wood.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Senator Wong. I do just want to respond that we would have definitely included the PKU language in here, but we found from our research with our staff that those situations are already covered. So that's why that was taken out. The preference from the person that was putting forward both the PKU and the motorized scooter language was to have the PKU mandate stay in place. And so we originally had kept it in there, but then found that we're already doing that work. So that's the reason why it was taken out of the bill.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Senator Wong.
I just want to thank the good chair for explaining that, and I'm very happy to hear that news. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS LCO number 6349, an act concerning health insurance. Representative Wood. Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Barry. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Pavlock D'Amato. Senator Wong.
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Delnicki. Representative Meskers. Representative Nuccio. Senator Honig. Senator Lesser. Senator Marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe the next is item number 6, HB 7115. This is, one second, I grab my place. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 6131. This is an act concerning revisions to the healthcare cost growth benchmark program, which we've had many conversations on. In a nutshell, there's several sections to this, and the JFS substitute language removes sections of the raise bill that would have allowed OHS to implement certain policies and procedures while they are going through the regs review process, and requires OHS to analyze the use and effectiveness of healthcare benchmark performance improvement plans as a tool, and other states, and submit recommendations to our committee to see whether it should be used or not.
Motion to JFS to the floor.
Moved by Representative Wood. Is there a second? Second by Representative Ali Brennan. Questions or comments? Representative Pavlik D'Amato, followed by
you.
Representative Wood.
Thank you. And I believe this was, the language comes about from testimony and from discussions with OHS about provisions that, or information that I think had to get employer permission, and I guess employee ultimately through the employer. So I believe this is all really needed information that that really hopefully we can push through and get past this year. If I'm speaking correctly, maybe Rep. Wood could just substantiate that.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is correct, that there was a certain carrier that had asked for that information be sent by the employer rather than the carrier per recent changes in the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which basically places the data as owned by the employer or the HR department. So this process just gives them a tool for collecting that data. The last two sections that were taken out, one was a study of doing PIPs. They don't need to pass a law to do a study. OHS can do a study, so it just wasn't needed language. And then the other section was implementing some recommendations based on the benchmark, but we felt that we really need to get the benchmark, having that audit, getting it to a place where all the advocates and participants in the benchmark are happy with how the data is being analyzed before we can start implementing recommendations for the So those are the changes, and hopefully we can get better data through the changes that are recommended in section.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, as I said earlier, transparency and accountability. I think it's important to note that benchmarking as an initiative was truly bipartisan, led by the governor as well as the legislative branch. And it is an important tool for us to address cost containment. But the end result recently is the fact that we haven't been able to get complete data. And I think this bill is in collaboration with OHS to be able to get the data from our insurance companies. But it's also, in addition to that, not in this bill, but I would also encourage that we get the same data from our hospitals. We get the same transparency from our pharmaceutical companies, our physician providers. So I think this theme and upon passage of this specific for the insurance industry, we'll look at other industries in regards to transparency and accountability and participating in the benchmarking so that we get the data points to be able to really hone in on reducing cost in the healthcare delivery. So I support this, but I also wanted to add that the theme of transparency and accountability should apply to all the shareholders that deliver healthcare delivery and contribute to the cost and hopefully participate in lowering the cost as well. So I urge support, but I also want to add that there are many other factors of our healthcare delivery ecosystem that needs to be transparent and participate in the benchmarking system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Huang. I'm sensing a theme here. Thank you for bringing up those issues. Transparency and accountability are very, very important. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS LCO number 6131, an act concerning revisions to the healthcare cost growth benchmark program. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Pavlak. Oh, go ahead, Senator.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Okay. Representative Pavlak D'Amato, Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Delnicki, Representative Meskers, Representative Nuccio, Senator Honig, Senator Lesser, Senator Marks.
Marks votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just another note, we will be holding votes open for those who are juggling other responsibilities. Moving on to item number 7 on our agenda. This is SB 1384. This is a JF to the floor, allowing board members of quasi-public agencies to obtain health insurance coverage under the state employee plan. I've heard from many folks who are trying to get recruited to serve on these specific quasi-public agencies, and there seems to be one way to encourage that. And the bill allows for board members of these quasi-agencies to participate in the state's group hospitalization and medical and surgical insurance plans under certain conditions. Under the bill, there are 3 conditions. Well, 1, their nomination to the board is confirmed by both houses of General Assembly. 2, they are not otherwise eligible to participate in the plan. And 3, they pay the same percentage of the premium a state employee pays for the form of coverage. The bill allows or requires quasi-public agencies to reimburse the appropriate state agencies for the remainder of the premium and any costs incurred due to the board member participation in the state plan. Any questions or comments? Moved by Wood, second by Ali Brennan, question by Wood and Meskers.
I am going to reluctantly support this bill to get it moving forward, but I have said this over and over again, that I would like to see us stop putting bills forward to add anyone that needs health insurance to the state employee plan or the partnership plan and put people on the exchange. If we have more participants participating on the exchange, we would have more carriers that want to do business in this state. More carriers mean more competition. Everyone loves the exchange. Everyone's always talking about how great the exchange is. Why can't we put people on the exchange? I'll get off my soapbox. I hope we can continue to talk about moving healthy people to the exchange going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. thank you to the co-chair for her comments. I've been very tied up in commerce, so I'm looking at the bill. I guess my question is, I'm assuming that these quasi-public agencies and the board members, are they full-time employees or full-time service to the boards, or is it a part-time job? You know? per
I
se?
do not know. I'm assuming it might be a mixture of both.
Okay. So my concerns are twofold, and I'm going to listen to the rest of the commentary about how I vote. My concern, again, I think the exchange is where we need to foster some participation. My concern is we're not looking at maybe the board members in some type of an association healthcare plan to get them access to insurance. And am I to understand that their participation would be fully funded through the board and through their own personal contributions, that the state is not going to be paying part of the fees related to the insurance plan?
My understanding of the bill, which is there's three elements under the bill. The third one is they have to pay the same percentage of their premium as the state employee pays for the formula coverage. And you have to be eligible to participate in the plan. So it was basically framed as a recruiting tool as well and a maintenance tool to get more people to serve on these quasi-public agencies.
Okay. I'd rather look directly at the compensation of the board members to encourage their participation and give them access then to participate on the exchange. I think that we have the same problem with the state plan in that there generally seems to be annual transfers from the controller's office to support the plans. So I'm just concerned that we're providing access to a public plan for quasi-public agencies. So I'm not sure where I sit on the policy, but I thank you for the comments.
Thank you, Representative Maskers. Your concerns are well landed, and as was mentioned before, these are a work in progress. I'd love to chat with you some more after this. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you clarify and explain to the general public and to this committee what the unique characteristics and definition of quasi-public agencies? I have the luxury of checking on the computer the definition if you don't, because it's an interesting kind of structure. So through you, Mr. Chair, if you could, what quasi-public agencies by its definition and by its role and by its funding?
My general understanding of a quasi-public is an agency that serves or operates independently from the state government apparatus, yet appointed by members of the legislature.
That is correct. And if I may, from my reading and trying to understand this, we have many quasi-publics in this state, Innovation and as well as other entities or maybe other ones that may be created. But it's unique in the sense that they are created by the legislature and they perform specific public functions, but it is through funding sources tied to the services they provide. So they do not derive that from the state. So as a result, they're not under the direct control of state government, even though they're accountable to it. So if we're now opening this up to entities that have no financial obligation to the state entity, they're not under the jurisdiction, even though they have to provide report to the goals and the tasks they've been tasked to do. Are we now muddying the water in regards to increasing capacity to access state employee programs? That's one question. I think the second one was raised by the good representative from Greenwich, is the fact that would the MEWAS, should it ever get passed in the state, be another vehicle to be able to afford our members of quasi-publics? Through you, Mr. Chair.
You raised very intriguing questions on this. I would say this is an attempt to increase recruitment for some of our quasi-public agencies, but your latter point about the MEWAS, I think, is something that we still have to discuss in our chamber and others, but I understand where you're coming from.
I appreciate that answer, but for me, it's more important to understand if we're opening up the door to provide for these board members for recruitment, it really does set a precedent that opens the door for many others who are not, quote, state employees, and opening the way for access to state benefits when they don't have any financial connection or a fiduciary role as an employee, or as I've read in the definition, the multiple qualifiers of state employee benefit programs. So my point is, where are we opening the door to allow non-state related functions and employees and jurisdictions to be a part of this? Does it open the door statutorily in bypassing and looking at a public option pathway? Because that's what it looks like to me, through you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think so. I mean, that's a conversation we can have. I don't think it does it. I think it's simply trying to make serving on a quasi-public more appealing to recruit the kind of talent and people with the right credentials that we need, and in helping us basically attract individuals of high talent and high degree of ability, some of our quasis. But I see what you're saying.
Thank you. And indeed, as the good chair articulated earlier, I think this would have been a great opportunity for association health plans that fits right under this umbrella of agencies with affinities that could participate in providing lower health care. I think it is a much better model outside of the governmental plans that's being offered in this bill to address the issue of providing and recruitment and retention of employees. We have heard clamors from many other small businesses, affinity groups that have asked for association health plans to be able to address that particular need. Where do we draw the line in saying the quasi-publics gets a leg up, quote unquote, on many of these other important small individual businesses and affinity groups that have aspired to get quality health care at an affordable cost? So my challenge is, are we just being selective in opening up access to a very lucrative healthcare plan when we're denying many other businesses the opportunity through association or better methods of it? So again, I'm going to be a no to flag this, because I think many other small businesses and individual contractors and policyholders will look at this and saying, why am I being left out? Why is there not a better proposal or plan that I can access in the private marketplace? And I hope that we'll have an honest conversation to address the needs from so many, instead of just the quasi-publics that we're addressing here. So thank you for the consideration, but a no vote will be a work in progress, and I hope we'll incorporate that perhaps into the quasi-public and looking at the MIWAs as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for your points, and always have a open door here with me. I think with all of us, love to continue that conversation. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just kind of wanted to follow up on something the senator just said. I'm a no on this today because what I don't think anybody has said yet is the state of Connecticut plan is a Cadillac plan. It is an extremely expensive plan that is at the taxpayers' dollars. You know, anybody who's up here, an employee, you get your W-2, you can look at how much the state taxpayers are paying for the insurance that's up here. And the amount that the employees pay and us as legislators pay is laughable in consideration. This is, quite frankly, it is a Cadillac plan. And prior to that statute being repealed, and the only reason that statute was repealed federally was because the only people who have plans like this are government. Nobody else in the working world has insurance plans like government does. So the idea of us expanding this out to even more people, and just knowing with the partnership plan how many times it has gone over and failed, and then we've had to backstop with taxpayer dollars for those partnership plans, it's astronomical. You know, and when you sit down and look at the tens of millions of dollars the taxpayer is paying for partnership plans or all these other things, you know, I can't in good conscience say we need to extend this out to other people who are not employees. In fact, I'm sitting here saying, what happens if I raise what the state of Connecticut employees and legislators not have to pay, and to be comparable with what the private industry has to pay as part of their insurance? So I think just expanding these out for certain populations is not the right move. And I think expanding out a Cadillac plan that really at some point is going to break the bank. If you look at the budget and you look at the amount of healthcare, whether it's retiree healthcare, current employee healthcare, partnership healthcare, any of that, it's a massive part of our budget, massive part. So I just don't think it's fiscally responsible to be taking this and giving it to certain populations and saying, you know, you're going to get the state healthcare plan and you have to pay the same percentage that is being paid now. I'm still wondering who pays the 30, 40, $50,000 on the back end. So that's my concern. I don't think that's really been addressed. So I'm gonna have to be a no on this today. And if it gets through, then I'm happy to sit down and talk to anybody. But you know, I think there's some concerning things in here.
Thank you, Representative Nutria. I hear your concerns, and of course, I'd be more than willing to sit down and chat with you about this. I don't know the exact number of quasi-public agencies the state of Connecticut has, but I can't imagine it's that big. But I philosophically, ideologically, I understand what you're saying. Representative Delnicki, followed by Representative Palvik-Amato.
One quick question. Would a quasi-governmental entity chartered by the state of Connecticut fall under this definition? And I can give you an illustration, Metropolitan District, Hartford.
Is that something LCO can answer? I don't think that.
I don't believe that's actually listed in the definition for quasi-public.
Thank you. It's Connor. LCO.
So you're staying with your first answer?
He doesn't believe that's the definition.
Okay.
So no.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palvik-Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't remember going over this bill in screening or talking about it. I saw it listed on the agenda for the public hearing the other day. I believe this bill was, I think in the, I want to say the budget maybe a year or two ago, a couple of years ago, I think as a wrap, from what I remember. How many boards are there, quasi-public boards are there currently?
So how many, 16? There's a listing on the bottom in the bill of the 1, 2, 3. I have 17 on my list that are listed by name on our bill.
Okay, because I'm going to the Connecticut's official website, and I think I counted 14. So I have Access Health listed here, Capital Region Development Authority, Connecticut Airport Authority, Connecticut Green Bank, Connecticut Health and Educational Facilities Authority, the Higher Ed Supplemental Loan Authority, CHFA, the Housing, Connecticut Innovations, Lottery, Connecticut Paid Leave Authority, Port Authority, Student Loan Foundation, Materials Innovation and Recycling Authority, and then State Education Resource Center. So I think there might be maybe a few additional ones that that aren't even listed on the site that are in, listed on, yeah, like I see Mira Dissolution Authority, that one isn't on the site, which is a whole nother issue. I go to these Connecticut websites and half of them lead to nothing, half of them are wrong. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
They're just, so they're not even listed up here. The Port Authority, I mean, that's, let me back up. Where, I guess where or who put in this bill? Does anybody know where this bill originated from and
Yeah,
who brought it forward?
I'd be happy if you like. I could list off the quasi-public agencies if that's helpful.
No, I just did. But where is this bill coming from? Is there anybody specific or any group that has pushed this bill?
Yeah, so it was a bill that I originally spearheaded and talking to several legislators, and we have a specific listing of quasis if you want. I could left them off.
So, and then how many board members, do we know what number we're talking about as far as board members on each of these? And so how many people total are we looking at?
That I don't know offhand I can get to you, but this is, again, this is an election, so they would have to elect. You may have some situations where people get health insurance to their spouses, for instance. I don't know.
True. Okay, so, yeah, I think some of that information is just, like I said, it's not, they're not even fully listed. And I'll go back to the Port Authority. I mean, the Port Authority alone, like, they've been involved in some serious controversy in the last few years. Um, uh, you know, a
Yeah.
budget that ballooned, allegations of inadequate, invoices and a whole myriad of things that I'm just, kind of, I don't know, it's a little bit scary that now um, we're rewarding and, you know, uh, I don't know if that board specifically was involved in some of the issues, but, you know, I think that's also something to look at as well. If you're giving board members health insurance and yet at the same time, if there's some type of issue like there was at the Port Authority, okay, and, you know, I'm not suggesting that we use health insurance as a reward or taking away a punishment, but at the same time, a lot of us serve on different boards, and I know some of these are very extensive, and so I understand your desire to have quality individuals on those boards, because I imagine the Port Authority, very extensive project, and so it requires somebody who, you know, not just a volunteer position. I get that it's not, but there's some major concerns there. I mean, there were, I think, federal probes into some of their actions. So that's a concern to me. But you did mention that there was difficulty recruiting. So how many unfilled board positions are there at the moment?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. What I would say is, obviously, once the bill gets out of here, we'll have a fiscal note. We'll have a better sense of what it could cost. But it's not unlike or similar to what we've done just a few minutes ago with the volunteer fire departments and ambulance workers, to basically give them the opportunity. They would have to elect in this particular case with this bill. And like I said, I'd be happy to get those numbers for you, but I just don't have them off the top of my head.
Okay, because again, you mentioned recruiting quality individuals, but I imagine somebody who could run a project like the Port Authority comes from a background where they're making pretty good money, and so now we're providing a lower cost, let's say, for that person, insurance for somebody who makes hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yet I have countless people in my district who, they go on Access Health and the Access Health plan is too much for them. They can't afford it. They're middle class. And somebody recently said to me that every law here helps either the really poor or the really rich. And there's nothing for the working class. And I think Rep. Wood brought up a good point that we are constantly, out of one side, don't want to take away individuals from Access Health. And yet these people could go and Access Health. And if it's that great, then I think they should utilize it. I think, great. I just want to be consistent in what we're doing. That's something I've said in the past. And I believe the other day, another senator mentioned transparency and going through the public process about a bill, and yet we just voted on several emergency bills. So I just prefer consistency, and either we're going to push everybody towards Access Health or we're not. We have to make up our minds, because it's pretty confusing that we are just going back and forth like a ping pong ball all the time. So yeah, I have some pretty serious concerns about this bill, and I know it did come up in the past, so I am hoping we can get some more information on this and, you know, more information. I don't think we have enough information about even which boards are included, which are not, and some of the other concerns that other individuals have raised. So thank you, though, for having the discussion. And yeah, I do look forward to discussing this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your candor, and my door is always open. I'd love to continue the conversation. Any other questions or comments? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to acknowledge and pay my respects to the chairman's initiative and well-intentioned proposal as he's offered to help with the recruitment and retention of our quasi-publics. But as I shared earlier in my first comment, the quasi-publics have a unique position, and I'm very concerned about expanding beyond that and the scope of real, true legislative intent in this, and the employment relationship to get access to the state employee program. But before we move forward, I really would encourage that before we add any more groups to the partnership program, that as this committee leadership has tried many sessions to ask for greater transparency and accountability of how the current partnership program has been operating. We've heard stories and background information without true legislative transparency and reporting, just as we cited earlier in previous bills that are going to have people kicking and screaming. We have not had a true transparency and accounting of the cost and increases of the partnership plan. So before we open up the door and look to add what is a very lucrative and costly and attractive plan that I think any small business or individual contractor would love to be a part of, we need to truly understand what the cost has been. I've heard from many of our Board of Educations that have signed on to the partnership program 7, 8 years ago with a remarkable lure of great coverage, reduced costs, and indeed, for the first couple of years, they were getting good coverage. Not great, good coverage, but their costs were low. But what we have seen in recent years is that particular partnership program have increasing cost in double digits. And it has forced many of our Board of Educations to either have to account for unanticipated cost increases participating in the partnership program or to leave the program for it to be fiscally responsible. I believe Representative Ali Brennan and I share a Board of Education in Bethel that has to leave the partnership program because of its cost impact. So again, I know the well-intention of the committee leader on this, but before we move forward on adding any more new employee, we need a truly transparent and accountable cost of how the partnership program, which is wholly funded and responsible on an actuarial and cost risk management basis on the taxpayer of the state of Connecticut, that it would be irresponsible to add more employees or add more members onto it to build on a system that is not truly transparent, truly accountable to reflecting the cost of healthcare delivery. So again, I'm going to vote no on this, but I appreciate the chair's initiative in recruitment and retention, but it is a fairness issue, it's an accountability issue, and right now we have not had that on the partnership program. And I would love to be a part of a committee leadership that asks for transparency, just as we've asked it from OHS, just as we asked it in previous bill from all the shareholders in cost care and healthcare delivery, to be part of that transparency. So I appreciate that, but I cannot vote yes on this to add more burden ultimately onto the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Any other questions or comments? If not, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFSB 1384, an act allowing board members of quasi-public agencies to obtain health insurance coverage under the state employee plan. Representative Wood. Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Senator Anwar, Representative Pavlock D'Amato, Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes no.
Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Delnicki, Representative Meskers, Representative Nuccio, Senator Honig, Senator Lesser, Senator Marks.
Marks votes no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as a reminder, votes will be held open for a bit for those who are juggling other responsibilities. We're going to move on to item number 8 on the agenda. This is SB 10. This is the Senate caucus priority on Act concerning health insurance and patient protections. I'll go over briefly and answer any questions. Sections 1 through 4, again, this is a JF to the floor. Bill relates to mental health parity compliance and enforcement. There are several sections under that, including some fines. We've heard a lot about compliance on this, on the mental health parity from advocates and others. It also, section 5 and 6 establishes a rebuttal presumption that a healthcare service that is undergoing utilization review is medically necessary when ordered by a healthcare professional acting within his or her scope. Section 5 refers to artificial intelligence or algorithms in place of clinical peer evaluate the clinical appropriateness of an adverse determination. Section 7 and 8 refer to step therapy, and under the bill, it requires a patient provider must deem step therapy as clinically ineffective for the patient immediately for the appropriate conditions that are at the end of the waiting period, at which point the carrier must cover the drugs prescribed by the provider as long as they are covered under their insurance policy or contract. Section 9 imposes site-neutral reimbursement rules for covered outpatient services. Specifically, starting on July 2026, the bill requires that health carriers and preferred provider networks enter into, renew, or amend a contract with a healthcare provider to include the contract provisions require equal reimbursement rates for covered outpatient services. Section 10 relates to stop-loss insurance policy, will prohibit insurers from delivering, issuing, renewing, amending, or continuing a stop-loss policy for a self-funded employee health benefit plan unless the plan covers essential health benefits and state mandated coverage requirements for group insurance policy, and there's various prices under there. Section 11 through 17 revises the state's rate review process for health insurance policies and contracts issued by healthcare. Currently, the rates cannot be excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminate. The bill prohibits rates from being unaffordable. The bill requires the Insurance Commission to adopt implementing regulations, during the rate filing process. And then finally, sections 8 to 19 prohibits individual and group health insurance policies from imposing arbitrary time limits for reimbursements for general anesthesia during a medically necessary procedure. We heard quite a bit of testimony on this from doctors, from patient advocates, and others. We want to be able to make it easier for people to navigate and oftentimes complicated in a Byzantine healthcare system. We believe this bill achieves that. With that, I'll take any comments or questions. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note that we had lots of testimony in opposition, both in writing and at the public hearing. I will note that this is a JF. This is not a JFS, so 0 comments were included to improve the bill. I want to address mental health parity, which is a laudable goal, part of SB 10 here. However, the concerns that that were in testimony at press conferences of saying, I cannot find a provider for my son or daughter are not addressed in this bill. And I think that's a shame that that would be left out of here. How are we not going to address the need for more providers in the mental health space if mental health parity, or if people think that's part of mental health parity? I really don't have, much to say about what's in the mental health parity section because the concerns were not addressed. The other thing I heard were providers saying that they felt that their reimbursement rates were too low. That's not addressed in the bill. So I just feel that all those people that came to press conferences and wrote testimony who were told that SB 10 was going to help them, those weren't even written back into here. The therapy section, I think is a laudable goal. I really don't have any issue with that. I do have concern with putting AI regulations into any bill when there's a whole nother bill that's addressing AI regs. I actually can't wait for AI to be used more in healthcare. I want to have my knees or hip replaced by going into some super cool machine that, no people are even around. It just happens. I mean, just think about the future of where AI is going to go. I really don't want us here starting to regulate, when we use AI or not. I hope that, people that are working in this space full time, can tell us when we can regulate AI. When this bill was brought up in screening, I made a comment that, I would really have an issue. And I was actually shocked when I heard that stop loss regulation was going to be part of this bill. It is no secret that I have been trying to push a small business and nonprofit pooling plan for 4 years now. And we have drafted the bill with everybody at the table for 3 years in a row. And for that to work would require a stop loss policy. And the fact that this overreach and ridiculous regulation on a stop loss policy was included in SB 10 is truly a slap in the face for all of us that worked for years working on that. This is basically saying you are never getting an association healthcare plan. I haven't been asked until this morning if I'd be willing to negotiate on this bill, which of course I am willing to negotiate on it, but I wish those conversations happened months ago. And finally, the last section, which is almost comical, saying, well, if you can't afford these, we're going to make sure we cap the carriers. I mean, of course, people are not going to be able to afford their health care if a bill like this passes. We're going to go after their stop loss. We're going to put major mandates in that we've been putting in year after year after year. And guess what? Every August, we go to the meeting on what our premiums are going to be, and they're asking for 15 and 20%. So our hands are all over the cost of what these fully insured products are. And if we're going to continue down this path of what is in SB 10, we're always going to have affordability issues. There's bigger things going on in this building, including the number of people on Medicaid. And until all of us start talking about 1/3 of our population being on Medicaid, that extremely puts pressure on anyone trying to pay for their own health care. The commercial market is extremely squeezed right now and has to make up the difference in those costs. But all of us who have been up here year after year have increased the number of people on Medicaid. And then we put forward a statement that says, well, if you can't afford your plan, we're going to start capping the carriers. Doing stuff like that says to these carriers, this is not a place to do business. How are we going to create competition in this space if we put something like caps into place based on affordability that we have caused? So I just want to also share that the Medicaid population in Massachusetts, which we all say Massachusetts, let's do what Massachusetts is doing. Let's look at the benchmark in Massachusetts. Let's look at their healthcare cabinet. They have 1/5 of their population on Medicaid. We have 1/3. And in comparison, New York State has 3% of their population on Medicaid. the pressure to those of us that are paying for our own healthcare, the nonprofits, the small businesses, people on the Affordable Care Act plans who say nothing to us except these are very expensive. I have a $5,000 deductible and I'm paying $800 a month in a premium. How are you going to the doctor if that's what your plan is? But that's what we as a legislature have done with the plans in the state of Connecticut. So I am going to be voting no on this bill. But I am all ears. If there's room for improvement, I 100% am on board with room for improvement on anything. But we can't continue doing the same thing that we're doing and expecting healthcare costs to go down. And until we change how we regulate things in this building, we are only going to drive up costs. So I appreciate the chair for your efforts in working together, and I hope that we can do that.
Thank you, Representative Wood. I appreciate your candor and honesty on this, and I hope to continue conversation on this issue. I failed to ask for a motion because I was too excited, but
So moved.
thank you. Who was that? I'm sorry.
Me.
Oh, Representative Wood. And a second, please. Second for Senator Honig. Senator Huang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me say, wow, this is a big bill. It's got a lot of complicated issues. I know we all share the same goal. Republicans, Democrats, House members, and Senate members. The devil's in the approach and understanding as we try to balance the well-intention of quality patient care and healthcare delivery against the cost that has been proven to be unaffordable and unsustainable. And I think that's the challenge here, that as we may raise questions about this bill, it is not that we're against a lot of the well-intentioned goals of this, but we have to balance it against the reality, as the good House Chair articulated, and as we've done many times in bills that we've addressed, even just 2 days ago. The fact is, we need to understand that our actions impact the marketplace cost. And there are a balancing. I think everybody has a part in being part of the solution. Some of these proposals are very complex, very in-depth, and I must be honest with you, I didn't get a lot of time to fully understand and vet this, just as we talked about the prior bill in which we're talking about quasi-publics when it's such an important part in regards to many individuals and small businesses and their ability to purchase healthcare insurance. We only had 3 testimonies. And I'm troubled by the fact that despite the prominence of Senate Bill 10 as a Senate Democrat priority, that there were hundreds of testimony that were submitted by agencies and businesses, as well as many other entities that would be affected by this, that this bill had no substitute language to incorporate some of the recommendations from the shareholders who would be directly impacted by this. So that in itself is troubling for me when we're talking about truly listening to all the shareholders that would be impacted by this, that we're not looking to address some of the changes that they suggested. So I wanted to say that up front, but I also wanted to try to understand a little bit better on the very important issues. I think section 1 through 4, mental health parity is absolutely paramount in regards to the holy grail of what we're trying to do to provide care. Mental health parity was a bill that we passed nearly 10 years ago. And the challenge is, how do we get our insurers to be able to provide that necessary care? How do we reimburse our mental health professionals to be able to provide the services and make a living? But this bill brings out a lot of the questions. So I think one of the provisions is the criticism in this mental health parity advocates in this bill talks about compliance, right? Talks about the presumption that even though the bill is in statute, you're not complying, you're not offering the services. Can you tell me about the mental health parity compliance that's now being conducted since 2014 by the various state agencies that shows that they're providing the kind of care and the rationale for the necessary steps that are in place that this bill is trying to replace? So did the good chair and the advocates for this bill truly read through some of the bulletin and reporting that's necessary that we put in as compliance to understand what this bill would do against the measure of the data that's been presented? So through you, Mr. Chair, if you could explain to me, has the advocates of this bill looked at the compliance reporting in regards to mental health parity that has existed that supplemented your rationale for the languages in this bill?
Thank you, Senator Huang, for that question. Yes, we've spoken to many folks in Section 2 specifically in regards to mental health parity, which was what you had asked. It eliminates a requirement right now that the insurance commissioners in a report to our committee on healthcare provider compliance with the mental health parity laws. It does not name or identify the carriers. And two, such names and identities are made confidential and they're not public. So one of the problems that were presented to me multiple times is that it needs to be more transparent. And that's what this bill, SB 10, achieves the aim for.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair. But there has been 3 reports to date already, 2021, 22, 23. And I think it brings forth some of the challenges and the process in which mental health parity is being addressed. And I guess I say to you, through you, Mr. Chair, did the advocates in drafting of this language and the policy change on that address and review and compare your offering in this bill to those mental health parity reports that were presented to this committee? Through you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Wong. It's a very good question. I have been in touch with the insurance department about this. I can't speak to what others have done, but one of the things that was made pretty clear to me by people who try to navigate the system is oftentimes the opaqueness of the system and navigating mental health parity.
Thank you. And again, as we kind of vet this bill a little further, I wish we had more time in a public hearing. But nevertheless, again, I'm going to harp back that we didn't listen to the voices of the many hundreds of people who voiced their opposition and concerns. And so with that said, I want to continue on section 1 through 4 on mental health parity. The Connecticut Insurance Department has these reports. They generate them. And they have made a diligent, if not a vigilant, enforcement for non-compliance of these entities. And I think the carriers have to annually submit and they have to report to treatment information as part of their annual rate filings. So what would this proposal in section 1 through 4 look to change that kind of transparency? What more are you looking for if not getting the desired results of getting the necessary care that people feel that they should get? So through you, Mr. Chair, I think the key is what part of the annual report and data information on mental health parity, and make no mistake about it, and I'm not saying the insurers are free from challenges and transparency. Perhaps they may be. But we have statutory requirements that require that as part of their rate filings, that their data and their processes and their actions are well documented. So through the proposal of this Senate Bill 1 through 10, that you take a look and explain to me, what would this section do to change the reporting and the accountability that is already existing?
Thank you, Senator Wong, for that question. Two things that jump out at me. One are the establishment under this bill to allow the insurance commission to impose civil penalties to carriers who fail to comply with our state and federal mental health and substance abuse benefit requirements. The other piece that's important to this is the disclosure, the transparency piece, is knowing who the carriers are. Those are the two main pieces of that I think are important here.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence of asking the questions. And so we've addressed the issue of transparency in the reporting. And I don't know where section 1 through 4 in the proposed bill can make it better other than increasing more offerings and potentially cost. But nevertheless, I'll move forward. On a federal basis, we passed mental health parity and advocacy. Patrick Kennedy has been a tremendous advocate. And again, we all support that because the mental health crisis is real. But nevertheless, I think the Affordable Care Act restricts federal payment to any new state coverages that are mandated after 2011. Through the increased coverage and the potential cost increase that may occur, and with the challenges of federal funding under scrutiny right now, where do you see the initiatives offered by sections 1 through 4 and how that would be paid for beyond the unaffordable cost and burden to ratepayers now when we don't get the federal funding per the federal ACA legislation? And through you and perhaps LCO, if they could clarify that this section 1 through 4, again, very well intentioned, but it runs to the complexity that we have in healthcare insurance, that it runs into not only an affordability and transparency we talked about and accountability, but it also is very intricately tied to federal funding mandates and requirements under the Affordable Care Act. So through you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps if not aware, through the LCO or LR, how the federal ACA restrictions on payment could impact the fiscal note of this bill.
That's a good question. Remains to be seen. I guess we'll have to see what the Office of Fiscal Analysis comes out. But I too am concerned about what's coming out of Washington, the funding. I think that gives even more reason why we need a bill like this to protect people's rights and access to mental health access. But I'm not sure if LCO has something to add on that. If not,
I can't speak to the fiscal impact. If you have a specific question with respect to this language, I'm happy to help.
gotcha. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait for the Office of Fiscal Analysis. But
Well, this committee had proposed bills before any bills get proposed from a mandate or a cost factor, that we get a prior fiscal note. And I think that's a bill that this leadership should consider in future sessions, that we don't pass things through and raise the anticipated hope for many people that are looking for this care, and to be disappointed when those costs are prohibitive and don't occur. But again, it is a credit to the awareness and the cognizance of this leadership committee in insurance to say that as we propose mandates, and there's not a bad mandate out there. Everybody has loved ones that they have unique care that's necessary, and it's very hard to oppose it. But when we don't fully understand the cost of these mandates and how it's transferred, not to the insurers certainly don't want the popularity entity of the year, but they're cost transfers, and ultimately it is to the consumer. But that being said, the mental health parity aspect of 1 through 4 is potentially a incredible cost burden that I think this committee needs to weigh as it moves forward, and I'm concerned about that, even though I fully support the message and the intent. I'm going to move forward if the good chair would allow. I think one of the other parts that is a real concern is the step therapy. It's not the first go around that we've had on this issue, but this bill is unique. And if the good chair could elaborate, the biggest concern I have about this is it offers a sidestepping of ERISA restrictions into self-funded plans. a part of the education for the general public when we talk about healthcare insurance costs, we are endeavored to address the issue of fully funded marketplaces. That accounts ranging from 25, maximum, maybe even shrinking more, 30% of the marketplace, when over 70% of the marketplace are self-insured. And those plans are governed by ERISA. So no matter what we try to do to it, it shouldn't impact it because it's governed by federal ERISA regulations. What I am seeing in the step therapy proposal is a sidestepping under statutory allowances to now look to govern self-funded plans. Could the good chair and the proprietor of this bill, the advocates of this bill, explain how that language came to be and why? Because to me, from the opinions of the people who submitted the testimonies that I've read, and the advocates that are really concerned that it may not even be legal for us to cross the threshold of the line that's drawn with ERISA federal governed plans through the language of this bill. So again, could the good chair explain why that step therapy and the language, the stop loss, I'm sorry, the stop loss. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gotcha.
Explain how that sidesteps the ERISA wall in regards to plans and how they're governed. Through you, Mr. Chair.
So you're referencing a stop loss provision, not step therapy.
Stop loss, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Thank you.
you lost my place here.
I lost myself.
Don't lose yourself. Senator Wong, because you lost me because I was on the step therapy page. Could you, as succinctly as possible?
Yeah, let me go to section 10,
Yep.
the stop loss and the encroachment on self-funded ERISA sidestepping.
Clearly, I guess the short answer would be, if there's, as you say, sidestepping, no intent from my position on sidestepping that's not something that is what we want to accomplish at all. And like I said, and as you know, this is part of the process is getting through the committee process, and then after that, there'll be more conversations and discussion. So it's something I'm more than willing to talk to you about. But I don't see the sidestep. Go ahead, Representative Wood.
So if you have a self-funded plan and then you're using a stop loss as a catastrophic coverage, so you are not governed by the state of Connecticut regulations. What this is doing is attaching those state mandated coverages to the stop loss. So that's how they're getting around, applying the state mandates to plans that we don't regulate.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Representative Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the stop loss. I will reserve any additional questions and allow other people to ask their concerns and questions as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong, for your questioning. I think Senator Nucci has a question.
I don't want that title.
Sorry. That's okay. I promoted you.
Oh, no, I don't want that. So yeah, I do have a few questions regarding sections 7 and 8. I believe the state of Connecticut uses step therapy in their employee plan, the employee plan, the retiree plan, the partnership plan, and everything else. So with this, are we going to be asking the state of Connecticut to stop using step therapy?
That's not my reading of it. I think it just reduces the days from 30 to 20.
Right, are we going to be asking the state of Connecticut to do the same exact thing? Because
Yes.
it's not a fully insured plan, so it is not applicable to this legislation.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
State of Connecticut employee plan, retiree plan, partnership plan are not fully insured plans. They are not applicable to any of the legislation that we passed. They can so chose to take it, but they are not applicable to it. So with this, are we going to be mandating that the state of Connecticut employee plan also adopt this step therapy? Because comptroller has said many times before that step therapy and utilization management is a cost benefit to the state employee plan.
You're asking me if we're going to mandate it via this bill or as a result of this bill?
As a result of this bill, are we going to be mandating the state of Connecticut employee plan to also follow along with this?
I believe that's the case, yeah.
Okay, because it's optional. So if that's the case, then I would like to see the language in here that mandates the state of Connecticut also follow this and increase their cost of doing business also. In section 9, there's nothing in this language here that says from a site neutrality purpose,
Yeah.
if it is cheaper to get a procedure done at an outpatient facility, that the hospital has to adopt the cheaper of the two. It just says site neutral. So if you really want to save money, then you would want to mandate that the hospital cannot charge higher than the outpatient facility, because there's nothing in here that says they can't go to the more expensive option.
Okay.
For the stop loss perspective, this one just really confounds me, because by increasing the attachment point to $50,000, you're just making for those who are not aware, stop loss is only engaged when somebody hits that level, right? It's not a plan that you access every day. The majority of people will never hit a stop loss level, which is why it is a tag on to a fully insured plan. So by raising that threshold to $50,000, that means you are now telling the employers that they have to pay more of the healthcare costs, which means their premiums are going to be higher and it's going to be more expensive for their employees to have that plan, because you're now saying we're not giving you the ability at $20,000 to engage a fully insured plan that has MLR attached to it and everything else, as a cost saver. You're saying for the next $30,000, you have to now pay that $30,000 before you can engage a more cost-friendly option. So this is going to balloon across everybody. This is an ISL and an AGL, which is an individual stop loss and an aggregate stop loss, that is going to increase the cost of care for any of these plans that have a stop loss on it, to the tune of a minimum of $30,000 and more. And you look at the aggregate level, this is going to be a huge cost driver. So in regard to saying that you have to, this is not mentioned in this bill, and saying that you have to have you have to follow all the state mandated coverage requirements, because stop loss is not engaged on step 1. It's only engaged at the ISL. Does that mean you only have to follow the state mandates when you hit stop loss? Because the majority of people are never going to hit it.
I don't think that's the case. But I hear what you're saying on the stop loss thing, and I'm open to having continued conversations about that, because many people have brought this up to me. So it's something I'm open to discussing with you about.
Yeah, because the way that this reads right now, it just says it's a mandate for anybody who has stop loss, but technically you could have stop loss on a plan, but you're not engaging it.
Right.
Unless somebody hits it. So at that point, when I hit that $50,000, is that when I have to start agreeing to the mandates? Because technically I'm not using it. It's not being engaged prior to that.
If it's not being engaged, I don't know how it would apply.
Right. So that's part of the problem here. When you read this language, it doesn't say anything like that.
Okay.
And it doesn't clarify that. So technically I could say my plan, until I hit 50,000, I don't have to apply to any of that. And that's even saying you're going to get it past ERISA and the federal courts with that. But beyond that, then I think that's something we should look at. And then the last piece that I have is in regard to the affordability asset piece of this.
Yep.
When we do the rate review,
Yep.
and the insurance commissioner comes back and says, we're going to decrease this ask by 2%. If it has already gone through actuarial review and they show medical costs growing at 5%, and they come back and say, we're going to reduce it by 2%, is there going to be language put in here that's going to give the insurance companies the ability to go back and renegotiate and reduce their fees that they have been negotiated with hospitals? Do they have the ability to then go back to the providers and the hospitals to reduce that negotiated rate by the 2%? Because MLR is built in.
Yep.
Right? That's federal regulation. It dictates what insurance companies, how much of each dollar has to be spent. And if you reduce somebody down by 2% to below profit level, do they have the ability to then go back to the hospitals and say, our rates have been reduced, so now we're going to reduce our contract by 2%?
That I can't speak to whether they go back to or not. This, I'll speak into the insurance department about this. Again, this is something that he would have to choose to exercise. And that's something but this grows out of a conversation with many patients and many advocates about the fact that affordability is not a factor in the rating process.
Oh,
And we're,
I agree with you, but
Yeah.
the problem is we're not addressing the affordability.
Okay.
We're not going after the cost of care.
Mhm.
You're only picking one pressure point to see if you can bring that down with two providers left in the market that provide fully insured, and being at the rate reviews and watching what they're reduced to already. This is continued pressure, which I think is intentional by some of the people in this building. It is continued pressure on the two providers that are left. And eventually those two providers are going to leave and there's not going to be a fully insured market in this state other than Access Health. And that's a very high expensive way to go with high deductibles, which I don't necessarily think is always the right way. And in regard to the mental health parity thing, I just want to put on record, a lot of the testimony that came forward, as Representative Wood said, came forward about what people perceive mental health parity to be, what it is and what it is not. And there was a lot of talk about the 4 out of 7 providers. And if you actually look at the OHS report that is referenced to, it is on page 56 of 62. And what it is talking about is it's looking at the payment for certain types of services from a medical perspective and a mental health perspective. And it clearly says, we looked at the analysis of these 7 insurers presented in the 2022 APCD. So they weren't even looking at mental health parity testing. They were looking at the all-payer claim database. And they said 4 of the insurers had a preponderance of ratios for behavioral health services that were lower than the benchmark, including several that were less than 90% of the benchmark. That's the 4 out of 7 quote that everybody's talking about. And last time I checked, there's no teeth in the benchmark that says that anybody has to follow any of it. So unless we're going to start to use the benchmark and say to hospitals and doctors and providers across the board, you're over the benchmark, so we're going to cut your rates, that's what this is saying. This has absolutely nothing to do with mental health parity. This has to do with what the all-payer claims database looked at for the reimbursement rate for mental health providers, 4 of the 7, compared to the medical, right? So that is not going to be addressed in this bill. That is a totally different topic that you would have to start talking about setting rates for certain providers. What is the minimum? What is the maximum? And that's a much bigger conversation to be had, whether or not the state wants to start deciding. And again, there are some people in this building who would love to do that, right? The one plan for all kind of thing. But I am hard pressed to find a single doctor in this state who loves the Medicaid rates. Literally, not one has ever come forward and said that. So if we're going to talk about things, we should at least be talking about them honestly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and this OHS report has nothing to do with mental health parity. It has to do with all-payer claims database information, which I think is valuable, but needs to be used in the correct context. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I would just say, looking forward to continuing this conversation. One thing that has been abundantly clear to me is that health insurance is complex and there's lots of moving parts, and nothing I think is 100% solution to the problems we're trying to solve. I, for not a minute, agree, but with people's bad interests. I think everyone knows we need to get to a place where we have more affordable healthcare and people have access to it. The problem or challenge always is what exactly that means and how we exactly get there. And please know that all the elements in this bill, whether it's the mental health parity bill or step therapy, is an attempt to reach that goal. And I, welcome your voice in that conversation. I really do. And I hope that we continue the conversation to find solutions. And trust me, I will take full advantage of your expertise in this field. And I really appreciate it. Likewise. Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Representative Bailey, I'm sorry, Representative Berry, followed by Representative Ali Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well said, Representative Wood. Time after time, we hear from our businesses and nonprofits that healthcare costs are crippling. We heard from them again recently in opposition to this bill. One group that has been missing from this conversation are the municipalities. Most cities and towns are self-insured. These plans led to predictable budgeting and allow towns and cities to control their costs and their reserves. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but stop-loss requirements always save them. I used to audit municipalities, and though we didn't do a deep dive into insurance premiums or claims, we did analyze costs. And on countless occasions, I saw firsthand how stop-loss saved these cities and towns. We're not talking hundreds or thousands, we are talking millions of dollars for these catastrophic events. Losing this guarantee will have a detrimental effect on our most vulnerable small businesses, nonprofits, and our cities and towns. Thank you.
Representative Ali Brennan. Okay, Representative Pavlik Tomato.
Thank you. I just have some questions. I'll start with the parity section. I'll try to go in order. Because again, I know we passed, I didn't realize it was 10 years ago, the mental health parity. But I believe that the parity doesn't require parity of payment. Is that correct? If maybe you can walk me through briefly what the parity actually is or targets?
Sure, that's a great question. It is to make sure that healthcare is treated just like physical health care is treated like mental health care. So if you're going to the doctor and then being told that you need to get a few sessions of physical therapy, you have coverage for that. Same with mental health. If you go to the doctor and you need some additional, work, maybe some therapy sessions, that is treated just like you are having a physical health care issue. That is what parity is, to make sure there's access to both mental and physical health in the same way.
Okay, so then the bill that we passed, I mean, in the past, I mean, it requires that, like, how do they measure it? Is it for every service of physical health that there has to be also a service that's covered for mental health? Like, what's the comparison then?
I'm not exactly sure of what the comparison is, but the carriers do need to fill out forms and submit those with the Department of Insurance. So it is a highly regulated process. So the department is regulating the law that we put into place and making sure that there is compliance. In one case, there was not compliance. It was in a Fairfield County area. It was a network adequacy issue. Was levied. Solutions were put into place. So the system that currently is working, does have oversight and regulation. What is being proposed here is doing things like providing more transparency, putting names of carriers on the reports, putting additional fines in place, and other very detailed, components, which, we're welcome to talk about, but, yeah, I think I just answered your question. Sorry.
Okay. And yes, some of that answered other questions I had. But I guess we've discussed in the past quantitative and non-quantitative. So like, how is this bill addressing those measures and enforcement? Or are they?
I'm sorry, Representative Tomato. Hazards is a job. Can you please repeat your question as succinctly as possible? I apologize.
Yeah, yep. It was about non-quantitative measures and quantitative, and how that's measured and utilized in the mental health parity bill, and how this bill is changing that, if at all. Quantitative, and I mean, that's a quantitative and non-quantitative is essentially like, what mental health parity kind of does and looks at.
Yep.
So it's kind of underlying in all of it.
Which section are you referring to? I'm sorry.
I'm going through 1 through 4.
Oh, you're going through 1
Yeah.
through 4. Gotcha. Just want to find my place. Just seeing what she is. I don't know if Elsie has anything to add on that, because, pardon me, please.
I don't think that the language here speaks to quantitative versus non-quantitative. These sections primarily speak to filing a certification of compliance with existing state and federal mental health parity laws.
Thank you.
Okay, so then the actual measures of what is, of what we pass, then those parts aren't changing then, is that correct?
I don't think those are changing.
We're like adding an account, right?
Yep.
We're adding the account requiring that the name be added, of whatever company, if there's a company that violates it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and penalties, let's say, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, then it's, I'm sorry, Representative, to interrupt you, but it's, basically trying to drive out transparency in the system and also accountability. And we,
okay. So, as Representative Wood said, the insurance department is already regulating that. And, I think you mentioned, or the representative mentioned that there was one violation found. Is that all, or were there others in the past? Mentioned one company that wasn't complying.
I can't speak to specific violations. I don't have a handle right at the second of how many, but the point we're trying to drive home is that there needs to be some accountability for non-compliance, not just say, hey, you're not in compliance. That wasn't enough.
Some teeth.
Yeah, some teeth, like mass, yeah.
That's fine. All right, so, but we are setting up a new account within the general fund. And I want to go back, the insurance department is already enforcing, but the money, let's say for violations, is going to be put into this new account within the general fund. And says that it's used for purposes of enforcing the state and federal mental health, reporting requirements, but they're already doing that. So I'm not sure where, or since they're already doing that, then what the money in this fund is actually for, or going to be used for. Are they hiring more people? Are they, that's what I'm confused about.
That, the hiring part would have to be, when the fiscal analysis report, comes out on the bill, but, my, my understanding is if they're in compliance, then they don't need to worry about civil penalties.
Right. Right, but as far as the money I'm talking about in the account, that's what I want to focus on. We're creating an account for something that my impression is that the department already enforces within their funds. So we're creating a new account to enforce what they already enforce. So I'm kind of
Gotcha.
confused about the point. I know it does mention some consumer education and other initiatives that
That's what-
support mental health parity implementation. Just wondering what exactly that is. It just seems a little vague to me.
Yeah, you're right. I was just looking at my section 3 document here. The consumer education piece may require additional funding. Just don't know how much.
Okay. So I'm hoping we get adequate and specific reports on what exactly goes into that and how much is there and what it's utilized for. But I think, we always have people who come to us with problems and things that aren't covered. And I mean this as a statement across the board. I think people who, when they face violations, right? Because a lot of times, I know this is overall reporting, right? But sometimes they are linked down to individuals, and individual cases. And people are always surprised when fines don't go to them, when they always go to the general fund. And I would, if it's, again, I know this is general reporting, right? And it may be difficult to do, but, if this could go back to people, I think that would be a little better use of money, because I don't really see where it's, where it's going to be utilized, if we are setting up that account. I think it's setting up accounts, and where money goes in this state is something that it's a common theme, and it's commonly lost, I'll say, or just unfollowed eventually. And again, I just think it's a better use if it's possible that people actually see the results of what, you know, how they've been wronged, and we can specifically identify, I know at least individuals can, okay, this wasn't covered for me, or, you know, it can be traced, and I think that would be something added if it's possible. So, let's see. So we're looking at, I know it mentions, I think meaningful benefits under some of these rules. Is that correct? And I'm just wondering, I think that was used in here. I saw that in underlying, and I'm just not sure what, where I marked that and what that exactly means. There was some vagueness there. I don't know if you know where that is. If not, I can come back to that.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? What is?
I think the term I found meaningful benefits was used
Benefits, I'll look.
here, and I wasn't sure what that meant. I'm looking at my notes, so I'm not sure where that was, and I don't know if you have any idea of where, how that's being utilized in this section and what exactly that means. It's not, okay. I'll come back to that. The prior authorization portion. Now of course, my hospital's been very vocal about prior authorization and and what they've been going through as far as having to create new departments, additional staff, all to comply with prior authorization, and, you know, and being open. I'm not necessarily, I'm against this section. You know, I'm definitely open to the conversation and the shift of the burden, of course, over. You know, is it gonna result in increased costs, or, you know, maybe just as the same? Is it actually gonna save? I mean, I think that's to be determined. In a past bill, we asked for prior authorization data. And I asked for it specifically at a rate increase hearing that we had, I think over the summer. Did we get the data back from that bill that we passed last year? I mean, I assume it's a
Right.
year out, so I don't think we got that. Did we?
No, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't think we did. And I know passing bills based on data is important, especially in this committee. And we passed a bill so we could draft further legislation, and we're kind of drafting further legislation without that information. So I'm a little cautious just for that reason, because I don't think we've gotten that information yet, and it's important to really base it off of that. Again, I'm open for any solution, and I'm not necessarily against that, what's in this section. I am concerned. I know other individuals raised on line 224 to 228 about the AI. And I mean, I don't even know if we have a real full definition of what it is, as utilized in this statute. So are we going with another definition as far as AI, or is that defined in here? Or in anywhere that pertains to insurance statutes, I guess? Do we have an actual definition?
Is that an actual definition? I mean, I know it was referenced, we have an AI bill going through the building. It's basically speaking to, what is this? Oh. Thank you, Representative Wood.
Yeah, it does say that.
It's defined in 51-10E.
Okay, but I just want to go back because I know, like the good senator referenced, that bill is going through, and so that definition could be changing, and I would hate to undermine computer programs that essentially save us money, right? from being undercut or cut off. So this, though, says that AI cannot be used as defined there in lieu of a review by a clinical peer to evaluate the clinical appropriateness. And so what essentially is this doing when it comes to the peer review? What is it changing? And that's currently in our current law.
What it's aiming at is basically trying to evaluate, because of the rise of artificial intelligence in our economy, and specifically towards evaluating the clinical appropriateness of an adverse determination. So give one more layer of protection. That one of the concerns is that some of these AI systems, and it's been pretty well documented in press reports, oftentimes it's not a human being on the other side. They're making decisions, the algorithms, and provides another layer of protection for the patient.
Okay, and it's shifting the burden of proof, correct? That that I believe the carrier now has the burden of proof to show that it is not necessary or not medically necessary. Is that correct?
Are you on section 5?
Yes.
Yes, in place of a clinical peer to evaluate the clinical appropriateness, prohibiting the healthcare.
Right, so that actually the insurance company, right, has the burden of proof that it's not medically necessary, as opposed to the doctor proving that it is medically necessary. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I was reading.
We're shifting the burden, right? Now the company has the burden to show that it's not medically necessary, as opposed to the doctor proving that it is.
It would prohibit the healthcare carrier from using artificial intelligence or an algorithm in place of a clinical peer to evaluate the clinical appropriateness of adverse determination. So it could be, I read that as, it could be but it can't be a substitute. It can't just be in place of.
Yeah, and I'm going back to, sorry, I'm kind of jumping back to page 5 and lines 138, as far as what exactly the shift in prior auth, the shift that's being made here.
Section 5, 1 second. I don't know if LCL can jump in here, those particular lines.
Sure, I think she's referring to lines 138 to 144 concerning the rebuttable presumption. So it would be on the onus would be on the carrier.
Got that? Okay.
Now, what is the, since it's shifting, since the burden of proof is now shifting, what is the, current burden of proof? I don't know whether that's in law or being utilized. I know when it comes to court, it's more likely than not, or 50%, or beyond a reasonable doubt. What is the current burden of proof that's being utilized, and is that changing?
I'm not sure if it's changing generally. It's just, it just speaks to the use of artificial intelligence and algorithms specifically.
Okay, because it says here, it just addresses that the health carrier may, well, I don't know if it addresses it at all. But again, that might be, that's not medically necessary. Yeah, I'm just not sure how it's actually implemented and carried out. Just because, I'm used to it in the context of the law and let's say criminal or civil. But I'm not sure what the threshold that's being utilized here. But I'll move on.
Okay.
So moving on to sections, well, I guess 6, if you can just explain is, I'm not sure if 6 is, how 6 is different than 5, or does one have to do with group plans and individual? I'm not sure how 6 is different from 5.
The bill in sections 5 and 6 establishes a rebuttal presumption for a healthcare service that is undergoing utilization review. Is medically necessary when ordered by a healthcare professional acting within his or her scope of practice. And the bill will call for a utilization review company has the burden of proving the healthcare service is not medically necessary. The healthcare carrier may rebut the presumption by substantiating to the clear clinical peer conducting review that the service is not medically necessary. That's the essence of sections 5 and 6.
Okay, so now moving on to section 7. When it comes to the drugs, prescription drugs, we're going from 30 to 20 days, and I know we kind of extensively discussed this in the past. That, I mean, there was testimony, I'll say, and for many that, I mean, drugs are given in 30-day quantities, so, and so this is dropping it down to 20. I mean, I'm wondering what data this was based on.
Yeah.
Because it's putting it down to 20, but I mean, my understanding was for a lot of drugs that you have to be on it for a little while to see the effects. And I understand this is a different situation, but I believe in emergency situations that doctors already have the ability to kind of fast track and kind of bypass some of what, you know, like that 30-day hurdle there, because we addressed a constituent's issue in the past. What was this based on, the 20 days? What data?
It's based on, and I'd be happy to get you the specific data after. I don't have it handy at the moment, but there's a lot of reports via news stories and other places of step therapy being used, oftentimes to delay care for people with, especially who are suffering from chronic conditions. And we did that last time, as you know. There's plenty of documentation I could provide you with afterwards about step therapy where patients went through undue pain and suffering for periods of time because a provider or carrier requires them to try something that the doctor or the patient felt wasn't necessary. They had a better treatment plan or drug in place. So this just tries to tighten that up a bit. Still gives some time to evaluate, but not as long, because oftentimes there's been lots of cases where people through their doctors have felt that it could recuperate faster or be healed if they had if the carrier had initially approved a doctor's recommendation for a drug.
Right. Now, I think we've also addressed the impact of some of this legislation. So, like, how does step therapy impact the cost of medications for patients in general? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I know.
Let's see. So we did change it a few years ago, and changed it to, I thought we just changed it or broadened it. And so we addressed cancer treatment and stage 4 metastatic cancer, but this broadens it to disabling or life-threatening chronic disease or condition. Can you explain what are we expanding it to when we're talking about, I'll address disabling, a disease? What will that cover now?
You recall last time we had a broader definition of what could be covered under step therapy. We narrowed it in negotiations to include those categories you just mentioned, and this just makes it easier to lengthen the time, shortens the time, and also categories. Lengthens the categories. I'm sorry. Right.
So we're broadening it again. So what, if you can give me an example of a disabling disease, what what will now fall under that definition?
Nothing comes to mind, but I can be happy to circle back and give you some documentation on that. I remember reading quite a few studies on this about some of the ways in which step therapy is used to unnecessarily delay care for folks. I'd be happy to share that with you. Just don't have it at the moment.
Okay, because like, I don't know if, you know, is arthritis going to be covered? Is, I mean, it just seems pretty broad. And so, and I think I might have already asked this with the, as far as the cost of medication, but do we know what the cost and the impact of broadening it now? That the lines 292 to 293, what the fiscal impact will be? Do we have any idea?
By broadening out what the fiscal impact would be,
Yeah.
I don't at the moment, I don't have that, but I would imagine Office of Fiscal Analysis would get that at some point. What we were driving at here, just so you're aware, is the many documented cases through journalists of step therapy being denied and not necessarily suffering from patients. And we're just trying to make that more in the purview of what a doctor and a patient help to necessarily give them a bigger voice in the decision-making process.
But there's disabling, life-threatening, chronic disease or conditioning. So is it life-threatening? I don't see a comma between life-threatening and chronic. So it has to be life-threatening and chronic. Is that correct? Or are those separated out?
I believe from what you've read, that's correct. Life-threatening crimes. I mean, the whole goal was basically to try to cover more situations where people are delayed and denied care. And I know that that's something that is concerning to lots of people, and basically giving doctors and patients more voice in the decision-making process on what kind of care, in this case, step therapy, they would need.
Okay, and I get that, but like, it's using chronic. So, I mean, I don't know, are like allergies, are allergies going to be covered under this? I'm not sure if that, I mean, it could be disabling for people. It could be chronic. I don't know if that's covered under this.
Yeah. I'm not a physician, so I wouldn't know, but the driving impetus or motivation for this is, again, to give the doctors and patients more onus and more voice in deciding what care they need. I see what you're saying in terms of the broadening of it, but the point of it is to help people have less pain and less suffering.
And I get that, and I totally, and I appreciate that, and I'm definitely behind that. I just, you know, disabling, I mean, and when you think about it, life-threatening, right? Is that immediate life-threatening? Because, you know, we have people, as we all know, there's a lot of things we want to cover, we want to deal with and discuss, and we have people who testify, as we all agree, right, that a lot of things that come before us are life-threatening, and if it was treated earlier, then it wouldn't develop, right, into such a into something that really, again, ends up being life-threatening. Obesity, for example, right? I'm going to give that as an example.
Yeah.
When people come up to testify about the surgery, the of course impacts, and doing that in the beginning would save a lot of individuals and heart disease, the effects that eventually result from that. But so, you know, is something like that covered, considering that obesity leads to heart disease? Is that life-threatening? Is that going to be covered under this bill now? I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out, you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't, but again, I think there's lots of different scenarios about what is considered life-threatening or medically necessary. I think part of a big part of the motivation for me and others has been, how can we have physicians who are qualified and trained to provide medical advice and care for their patients, provide them more of a voice in the process. Unfortunately, spoken to too many people and read too many articles about the struggles of people in trying to navigate an oftentimes cumbersome ecosystem and getting even doctors who I've spoken to, and that time and energy invested in trying to get approval for a particular therapy, whether it's step therapy or medication or others, oftentimes causes more pain and harm to patients, and that's really where I think the bill is trying to address.
Yeah, and again, I appreciate that. You know, it's just that like under this, I could probably make the argument that Ozempic would, you know, should be covered under this. And again, not to belittle or diminish people in those situations, because I mean, we all either do or with a relative also, you know, have to deal with these companies, and it is very, very difficult and time consuming and frustrating too. So I want to definitely help them, and this is I think a step in that direction. It just, that language is very broad, and I think the implications ultimately that could be the result of this language, I think, are somewhat concerning to me. And to their credit, I do want to thank the governor's office. I think they have taken a lot of effort to reach out to people and discuss all the sections of the bill. And I know they even tried yesterday or Tuesday with me, and I couldn't talk at that time, so I'll definitely be reaching back out to discuss some of the sections and get some clarification. But now that I'm back on appropriations, I think there's a proposal in appropriations to say that Medicaid drugs have to be 30 days or under 30 days, right? And maybe the ranking of appropriations can help me, because I forgot, but it means the pharmacist is getting distribution fees every time they dispense a less expensive drug, right? To under 30 days. And I don't know if that's going to factor into the cost here. If I don't know. Are you in appropriation?
I am not on appropriations, thank God.
Okay.
I'm so new choice.
Yeah, if I could maybe get.
I can say, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, they're saying that when it's less than 30 days, it's multiple dispenses. So the pharmacist is charging multiple times to dispense the drugs. So
Right.
they're going to a 30-day dispense because it saves money. You know, and it takes that long really for somebody to kind of stabilize on a drug anyway, but doing it multiple times just increases the cost.
Gotcha.
So I think there's proposal from the Medicaid perspective to look at
Gotcha.
making sure that that drugs are dispensed at a 30-day.
Yeah.
30-day dispensary.
I would just say, like, and again, this is, you know, like a step in our process, as you all are aware, and moving on. And I told many people this, my door is always open to find ways that we can find common ground on these issues. My goal, my motivation, I think that of others, is how do we amplify the voice of doctors and patients who oftentimes are confronted with pretty devastating health news. And what I've heard over and over again from many patients and doctors is oftentimes frustrating, time-consuming, energy-sucking time that it takes to get somebody's approvals. And I'm very sensitive to putting in place a framework that reduces and limits fraud, theft, or any kind of unnecessary costs. I don't think anybody with, at least I wouldn't be in favor of that. But at the same time, there's a balance and a tension there between making sure that a patient and their doctor, who are closest to the problem, and know that they have the ability to make their case and do so in a way, oftentimes in life-threatening situations, that is sufficient enough to either alleviate them of the pain and suffering they're going through, and in some cases, save their lives.
Yeah, and I don't know enough about, like, let's say like the copay and coverage requirements with a 30-day dispense and a 20-day. So I'm not, I'm not sure, like the the good ranking member was mentioning, how, and if that's going to be impacted at all. Because I know we've passed various bills in the past that have to do with 90 day, and I don't know how that's actually going to be carried out, and if there is going to be an impact on people's plans. But does this impact generics at all? Do you know if there'll be an impact on generic drugs?
I don't. Can't answer that.
And if there is a price difference, let's say there is an increased price, then will the doctor have to walk through that with the individual or the pharmacist? I'm not sure at what point, if that'll be addressed with the patients, or if at all.
I'm not sure about
Okay.
that either.
What about, has any other state enacted something similar, 20 days? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I can't, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, and then I know we regulate private market here, but will the state employee plan, could representative also asked that before, but will the state employee plan also have now the 20 days or less requirement as well?
I can get back to that.
So. So let's see, section 10, I believe. If you could briefly go over section 9, what does section 9 do?
This is the site neutral reimbursement rules
Okay.
you're discussing in section 9.
And I know there were some questions asked on that, but has this section been passed in other states? Or something similar?
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I can check. The site neutral we're talking about?
Section 9.
I'm not sure, but I can get back to you now.
Okay, and what services would this section actually cover? What types of services?
Any outpatient services? Yeah, not for any outpatient services.
Let's see, moving on to section 10. I know there was a lot of talk about that, and again, going back to statements I made before, we are always helping certain groups of people and then not helping anybody in the middle class. And I'm sure everybody has looked at a lot of the testimony and how many small businesses testified about the impact that this would have. So the attachment point for this is going up to 50,000. Is that correct? Or that's when the attachment would?
That's correct.
So currently, what is it?
I believe it's 20.
And this is all regulated, right? This is all monitored by Department of Insurance currently. Anything affecting and carrying out this provision?
I'm sorry, Representative. Can you repeat your questions?
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to actually get to that
Oh.
next. As far as I know there's let's say a bulletin, right, by the department utilizing and adopting the NAIC model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So does this bill differ from that bulletin?
Yeah, I think it goes up. You're referring to the amount from 20 to 50?
Well, just in general, I'm not sure if there are other points in there in here that differ from that bulletin. Or is it just the amount?
I believe it's the amount.
And, uh, hmm. And is this, is it based on, let's say, the amount of claims or, an overall amount, let's say, of a spend? Is that what is that what ultimately would trigger this?
I believe that's the case right now with any stop loss insurance. Whenever it gets triggered when you reach the amount, this would just increase the amount.
Okay. And I don't know if we have data on that as far as how many times a stop loss policy was actually utilized. I think, did anybody testify or present any evidence of that information? Because I'm not sure how often it is utilized or if it's something that is just in case and it isn't used in, well, I'll say in reference to small businesses. I know Representative Barry talked about the cities, so.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't recall anyone, I don't know if Representative Wood does or anyone else, but I don't recall.
And is this for all employers or only certain size companies? Or does it vary?
So I think by a large employer and having an aggregate attachment point that is less than 110% of expected claims.
And I'll ask the same question about states. Any other states have something similar to this?
Not off the top of my head, but I can check and go back to you.
And that attachment point, will that be updated every 2 years or is it going to stay the same?
It requires an insurance risk to adjust the required individual aggregate attachment point at least once every 2 years, based on an increase in this consumer price index for urban consumers.
And will that, I guess, will that be used in will that be the commissioner's discretion or will anything be coming back to the committee?
Don't see anything here about come back to the committee.
Yeah, and I thought there were mentions of individual and aggregate attachment points here, if I'm not mistaken. And that, I kind of was asking about that before. I don't know if there's a difference.
You're right. Yep. Yeah, on section 10, part 1, individual attachment point, and there's a small employer attachment point and a large employer attachment point. So there's categories.
Okay. And so are the attachment points different for each?
Yes, based on size.
Because I keep hearing about the 50,000. So is that, okay, so for a small, I see the small one is 10,000, I believe. Whichever is greater. Okay. Well, how did we, I guess my question is how do we come up with those amounts and those as far as I understand small employer and large employer, but how did we come up with those attachment points? What data was that based on?
I can get back to it. I don't recall at this moment, but the point we were trying to address different sizes of employers and individuals to try to hit all different parts of the market.
Okay. And what's like, have there been issues with this? I'm wondering where this is coming from. Was there an issue with I don't know, with businesses not, I guess things not being covered, or I'm wondering with the background of this, if there were complaints from businesses and their plans or something. if you have any idea.
I do recall hearing some people, lapses in coverage, some cases.
For small business plans, there was a lapse in coverage.
Yeah, that's, I can get back to an actual numbers for that.
Okay, because it just seemed that a lot of small employers testified against it, and I wasn't sure who brought this forward and what this was based on in the past. We were going in the opposite direction in the past with other bills that we've put forward and worked on over the years, and this seems to be just the opposite of what we have been working on for several years. I have the same concerns as everybody else as far as that portion. I don't know, maybe it'll be taken out. Maybe it'll all end up in the implementer. I can't imagine that happening, but here we are. So, as far as the affordability rate, portion, that's 11 to 17. So who is defining affordability ultimately? And where is that defined and what will that actually be?
Just gotta get to my spot there. So we'll go through general, public comment period, which every rate review goes through. Just bear with me 1 second. This would be with the insurance department. So they're using their expertise and their experience in this.
All right, because I know we do hold, and I know it keeps referring to section 16, and I know we hold public hearings. And it's always difficult to get people to come midsummer, right, to come testify. But I'll say for the most part, I don't, it's not affordable. None of it is affordable for anybody, right? I mean, I think we can probably establish that, but I just find that a little bit vague. And a little ironic in this state, considering that we are constantly passing bills that don't make this state affordable. And then we're trying to fix the problem that we create. But I've said that in other committees, other times, it's the same thing. So, again, we do always fight against those increased, those rate increases, and I get it. It's just, that's a little vague for me as far as that section is concerned. And I know there's public comment, so will the public's, I guess, will their comments or their testimony be taken into consideration, or what exactly you said the commissioner will be determining that? And will the commissioner be required to use a certain, I don't know, certain point or certain cutoff or I'm not sure what they're required to analyze and utilize when making that determination.
Yeah, sure. Just, I want to ask you a question. It was about, we'll just take 1 minute, the committee standards for 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for your patience to the committee, and thank you for indulging me. We've discussed, and there are many people here who've had concerns with Section 10 of SB 10 on the stop loss, and I've heard from many folks on that. So I'd like to propose an oral amendment striking Section 10 on the stop loss, because there's lots of questions about it in the interest of congeniality and moving forward on this. And I think I have support of my good co-chair. So I'd like to offer that amendment now.
Second.
So moved by Padlock D'Amato and seconded by Representative Wood. Any questions or comments? Representative Wood.
I'd like to thank the good chair for offering the amendment of taking out the stop loss section. I think it shows good faith in trying to negotiate on this bill. While I've expressed my other concerns with this, the fact that there is a willingness to participate on improving the bill. And if we do vote to take the stop loss out, I will be voting yes on moving the bill forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we, as I mentioned in the top, this is a work in progress. We all know that we're trying to make healthcare more affordable for all of our constituents and many patients. And this is something I'm committed to working and driving towards, and want to continue to have that conversation. So thank you for supporting the amendment. I think Senator Anwar has a question who's online. I'm sorry, Senator Anwar, I've been waiting. Go right ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, that's not on the actual amendment, so I will come back to after the amendment moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Apologize for the wait. Any questions or concerns on the amendment? Senator Meskers, Representative Meskers.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether,
promotions.
I'm not sure that's a promotion coming from the House. There'll be a debate afterwards on that. I wanted to thank you for the amendment as well. We've spoken in the past. And I just want to be on the record. I think the stop losses are what provides for the market, for people who've left the small group market. I think stop losses are going to be in the small group market as well, and that's the only way these things can happen. I think putting our finger so heavily on the market we don't regulate directly with these touch points, I think it's a very bad strategy to go. I think that was my biggest concern in the impact on insurance costs. And I think you've heard me before. I think the other one is association plans. Those are two goals to try to drive down the costs. The insurance industry is such an important part of the state. And in terms of the small business owners are such a small part of our state, I want to make sure we get to a happy medium to get it done right. And with your commitment on the stop loss, I'm much more comfortable to bring it forward and work on the other parts. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Representative Padlock D'Amato. Sure. Roll call has been requested. Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Nope, seeing none. Will the clerk please call the roll on the amendment?
This is a roll call vote for Amendment A to strike Section 10 of Senate Bill 10. Representative Wood. Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Berry. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlock D'Amato. Senator Wong. Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Delnicki. Representative Meskers. Representative Nuccio. Senator Honig.
Senator Honig votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Marks.
Marks votes yes.
Total of 11 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we'll keep votes open for a bit. Oh, sorry, not in this amendment. Amendment passes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much for indulging me. Are there any other questions or concerns on the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to make a few comments on this bill. First and foremost, I wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership to work towards a consumer-centric and consumer protective bill. I know I've been listening to a pretty long conversation and views from my colleagues, and I wanted to just share a few thoughts, and hopefully we'll try and attempt to bring it to the human level of why this bill is very relevant. You have seen some concerns that was making people who may have been confusing the people who may be listening. I want to talk about how this bill is very relevant to the well-being of the citizens of the state of Connecticut. And that's, I think, a very important part. First and foremost, I think one of the parts that people have shared concern about is the mental health parity. Well, I wish we come to a point where we do not need this in this section, but it's unfortunate that many of the carriers are not following the federal law or the state law. And because they're not following the federal or the state law, we have to have this in writing in a bill again. The reason being that the fact that we are not able to address the mental health well-being of our citizens at the same level as the physical health, there is enough data to show that they work hand in hand. And if we leave one and try to address the other, we are not providing full care. Outcomes are very different. So it is in the best interest of the people, but also for the long-term interest of the health carriers to be able to do this. The reason we need bills like this are because what has happened in the last many years is that people, as they change the employers move from one insurance to the other. And every year there are so many changes that are happening that people are looking the health and well-being of the individuals who are the clients or the subjects or the individuals who are insured just from a quarterly basis. They're not looking at the long-term well-being of the people. And for the quarterly basis, there's a squeeze in trying to reduce the services, reduce the medications, reduce the tests, and so on, which has actually reached a critical point that the outcomes in our state, outcomes in the country are negatively affected. If there was one insurance that was followed through, they would look at the bigger picture and do the smart things and then be able to help the well-being of the people. Unfortunately, we are not there, but because we as a body, we have taken oath to protect the people of the citizens of Connecticut. So therefore, we have a responsibility to intervene with a bill like this to be able to help address the actual issues that are critical. So with that in mind, I will go through some of the other reasons. The parity, as I explained, is pretty critical. That's important. The utilization, adverse utilization. Now, here's the issue. There is a physician trained who has spent his or her lifetime in understanding the disease process, who have spent time to look at the patient. With great depth of understanding, they are able to look at why that person needs a specific test, specific procedure, or specific medication. And if somebody's going to deny it, they better have a reason for it. And then if they don't have the reason, then it's important that the responsibility of proving that should not be on the clinician side or the patient side. It should be on the person who's denying it. And this is the current overreach of the insurance industry, which is why a bill which is consumer-centric is so critical. And I think it's important to say that how dare somebody deny the well-being of our citizens without knowing anything? And that brings me to the part about the AI. So right now there's data, and then there was a study done by ProPublica, well-published, recognized, and has been seen. It's one Google search away now, or AI search away for that matter. But the reality is that an insurance company is Cigna was denying care every 1.2 seconds. And I will repeat this because I don't want people to be confused who are listening in the committee and beyond, that insurance company claimed that they were actually going through the people's charts and going through thorough review, but they were denying care to our citizens every 1.2 seconds. This is not a sustainable situation for healthcare. And that is part of the issue where the artificial intelligence is being used for a bad thing for the patient's well-being. And when each and every one of those things were fought, 84% were able to be changed immediately after the people were able to fight it. However, on the hospital side, on the physician side, everybody had to spend so much time on these 1.2 second denials And that actually is the reason why the cost of healthcare is going up. So we just had testimony from physician offices that they at times have 7 people dedicated to fighting the insurance companies' heavy-handedness of denial of care of the patients. And that has resulted in the increased cost of care. Now, as I touch on the increased cost of care, the building that we are in is talking about cost of healthcare, cost of healthcare. Let's separate out the cost of healthcare from the cost of insurance, because these are two different entities. And the cost of insurance is going at a different trajectory than the cost of healthcare. And the reason for the cost of healthcare increase, which is different from the cost of insurance, is because of the insurance mandated bureaucratic processes that have been placed into healthcare at this time, Mr. Chair. And I think that's worthy to keep in mind, because right now we do not want to muddle and confuse the public more than they already are. And that's why it's worthy to try to clarify this. When people are paying and when the small companies are paying for the insurance, the cost of insurance is going up. The cost of insurance is going up. You check and identify their profits that they have. And it's about the profit that is increasing, the profit taking that is increasing. And that's part of the issue. People should take profit, but not by harming the citizens of our state. Take the profits that you need, but when you harm the people in the state of Connecticut, when you harm our children and our adults and our seniors, then you have to talk to this body that we have taken the oath to make sure we protect our citizens. And that's why I know my colleagues will be voting in favor of a centric vote that is critical for the well-being of our citizens. Let me talk a little bit about step therapy, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the step therapy is something that has no medical necessary process that should take place. It is an insurance determined process. And there were questions being asked, what are life-threatening, what are chronic issues? Any end organ damage to the body, any end organ damage to the body. Organ mean if your liver is going to die, if your brain is going to be affected, if your vision is going to be lost, if your hearing is being lost. These are important issues that there's damage to you, but the life-threatening is going to the next level. So there's a severe disability, there's life-threatening, and some of these chronic diseases can lead to the life-threatening illnesses, and some can lead to disability. Let's look at rheumatoid arthritis. If a person with rheumatoid arthritis comes to a patient, to the physician, if they need a treatment which is a disease-modifying agent, that can actually change the trajectory of the patient's well-being. But if that medicine is not going to be allowed, that person will lose the function of their hands or small joints of the hand forever. Why should the person, the human being, our citizens, our constituents, your constituents, for my colleagues listening, why should they have to have a lifelong disability because an insurance company wanted to make profit, where there was no scientific data to prove that you had to go through step therapy? Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add, for psychiatric situations, we have some approximately 390 plus people who die from suicide. It would be worthy to find out how many of them were going through step therapy when the psychiatrist who was providing them care had said that they want medicine A, but the insurance said you cannot have medicine A till you fail medicine B. And when you fail medicine B, when you have a psychiatric disorder, your failure is death. So no more. We should have that. We should have important, that's where we need the guardrails around some of these processes so that we can protect people. So any confusion about step therapy, I would just say that do unto others that you would do unto yourself. Because and I see this all the time, when people who are executives of various important companies, they want the best treatment for themselves and their family. But when it comes to the people who are working for them or the citizens in our state, it's okay to go through step therapy. No, it's not. No, it's not. So that's an important thing. I think it's worthy to mention as well. I also want to talk about the heavy-handedness, where recently we saw, and this bill is addressing this, is you cannot just have an insurance company come and say, we're going to stop the anesthesia after 30 minutes. If somebody is having a bypass surgery, their heart is on a heart pump, and they say that after that anesthesia is off. What kind of world are we thinking about? Even though they reverse this, but the fact that this is how the minds work of the people is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And this bill is looking at that, and that alone should be one good reason for everybody to vote in favor of this bill. You are basically saying that an insurance company can wake up one day and say, oh, you know what? We are not going to cover anesthesia after 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So in the middle of the surgeries, we are going to stop the surgery and wake up the person and have them endure pain. So it's this heavy-handedness that needs to be controlled. And so all this conversation that you've had about a number of different things, and this is not clear, that's not clear, this is crystal clear. This is the well-being of the citizens. This is what it is. I can speak forever, Mr. Chair, but I in the interest of time, but I just wanted you to be aware that there's an answer to everything. There is wisdom to the work that is being done in favor of the people. And this is actually patient-centric and the well-being. And when people sign up and pay the premiums for the insurance company, whether it's through their employer and themselves, there's an expectation that they will be cared for, not that their care will be restricted. And we are just saying, honor those contracts. Honor the contracts and take care of the people that you have promised to take care of, and they have been paying the premiums on time, to the point that they sometimes are not eating as well and enjoying life as well because the premiums are part of the increase that is there, which is not for the cost of healthcare as much as it is for the cost of insurance, which is different from the cost of healthcare, and it is a lot of profit taking. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I was waiting for a long time. I had to get it out of my system. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you, Senator Anwar. I appreciate any other questions or comments on the bill. Saying none, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JF, Senate Bill 10, an act concerning health insurance and patient protected as amended by Amendment A. Representative Wood.
Yeah.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Barry.
Yes.
Senator Anwar.
Yes, Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlock Tomato. Senator Wong. Representative Ali. Oh, I see you unmuted, Senator Wong.
Yes, Senator Huang votes no.
Representative Ali Brennan. Representative Delnicki. Representative Meskers. Representative Nuccio. Senator Honig.
Senator Honig votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as a reminder, we will hold votes open after the meeting for those who are juggling other responsibilities. So let me also say thank you to the committee for working with me. Thank you to my good co-chair, Representative Wood, for working with me on this important bill. And I know it's a conversation we're going to keep having. And I look forward to having that conversation and finding solutions that we can all be proud of and help our patients and our constituents. I know that's what we all want. Thank you. So moving on, Madam Clerk, to HB 7068. This is a straight JFS, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is, JFS LCO 6304, and that concerning court-ordered accountings of common interest community financial records. This is a bill, section 1, I'll briefly go over it. Any group of, it gives under specific circumstances, a group of unit owners representing at least 10% of an association to petition the Superior Court for an order to direct the association to get an independent audit of certain of its financial records. And it lists a 12-month window and some requirements in the bill. Below that, section 2 expands the general information that the Uniform Property Condition Disclosure Act requires a seller to disclose. And the JFS language, 1 allows a group of at least 10% of unit owners to make the petition rather than any single unit owner, requires the group to pay the expenses of the audit, and also limits the frequency of these requests to a minimum of 12-month period, and adds a provision that expands the general information it must disclose in the residential condition report. This is an issue that's come up to us over and over again. Are there any, can I get a motion? So moved by Wood, second. Second by first by Pavlik, moved by Representative Wood, seconded by Pavlik Tomato. Representative Wood.
Thank you. I wanted to thank everyone that helped write this language. There was some changes with based on what came out of public hearing. We did get a lot of feedback from smaller associations that did feel that this would have a burden on them if they were required to pay for the audit. So we moved the responsibility for paying for that audit to the unit owners, and also had a 12-month window so that an audit wouldn't be performed several times in 1 year. We're not saying this bill is perfect, but these were changes that came from public hearing. We wanted to make sure we took those into consideration and let everyone know that we will continue to work on this before it gets to the House or the Senate floor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Pavlik Tomato.
Just one question or clarification. I had been told, and I couldn't find it, that that an individual unit owner was not able to request an accounting. And does this bill allow an individual to now request an accounting?
Representative Wood.
An individual can go to their board meeting and get accounting information anytime they would like to. This bill is for doing a forensic audit or having a third party do an independent audit. And this is giving more tools to the unit owners to get information that from the public hearing in cases where it was either not filed appropriately, prevented them from getting. So it's going above and beyond just requesting the financial records. It's doing a deep dive into the accounting of the management of the facility.
Okay, so then I'll just shift can a unit owner then request that an audit be done? And I think you said that they would have to pay for it, right? An individual would have to pay for it, but a unit owner can request this?
A unit owner can, but they would have to get a 10%, at least 10% of the proxies in order to authorize that to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
So, again, to just make sure there's not one person that's, constantly complaining and then is doing an audit all the time, just to give the appropriate measures going forward to make sure that this work can be done. And for anyone out there, we got 2 very different testimonies on this. A lot of this bill didn't go far enough to this bill goes way too far. So we are all ears in making sure that we're doing the right thing here.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote to JFS LCO number 6304 to Judiciary Committee. Representative Wood. Senator Cabrera. Representative Berry. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlik Tomato. Senator Wong.
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Delnicki. Representative Meskers. Representative Nuccio. Senator Honig.
Senator Honig votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to SB 1425. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO 6139. Motor vehicle protection products are warranties that cover things like tires and key fobs and windshields and other things. This is giving the Department of Insurance the ability to regulate these products. In the public hearing testimony, the version of the bill there, we had them being assessed. We have further learned that they cannot be assessed because they're not a domestic insurance company. So that was removed and changed to a $1,500 filing fee, which would give the Department of Insurance the coverage to be able to use their Department of Consumer Protections, another thing, to regulate these products. Do I have a motion to JFS to the floor? Moved by Representative Berry, second by Representative Pavlik Tomato. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
This is a roll call vote to JFS LCO number 6139 to the floor. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Barry, Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlock D'Amato, Senator Wong,
Senator Huang votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Delnicki, Representative Meskers, Representative Nuccio, Senator Honig,
Senator Honig votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have HB 7078. And this would be a JFS to the floor, LCO number 6312. This is the Connecticut Realtors bill. It has some regulation updates regarding Department of Consumer Protection regulation around real estate. It also has a study on wholesaling. And the first part of the bill is about, I hate to use the word, but we're talking about removing unauthorized people, also known as squatters, from homes. We heard a lot of testimony on this and got a lot of feedback, made as many changes as we could while also preserving the intent of making sure we can remove unauthorized people. A lot was watered down from the bill, and like others that we are working on, we're always all ears to make improvements as this moves forward. Is there a motion to JFS to the floor? Moved by Representative Delnicki. Second by Representative Barry. Any discussion? Representative Pavlock D'Amato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you just explain briefly the part about the wholesale agreements, what this bill does?
It is a study. It's giving the Department of Consumer Protection the ability to study the wholesaling business in the state and come back to the committee with any problems, or just update us on how this is working and if we need to do additional work around the process of wholesaling.
And then to back up, the portion that deals with the squatters and removal of them, there's a few things listed there. 2, 3, 4, stating that the unauthorized person, and I believe this is to verify that they are a squatter. But 4 mentions that they can't produce like an ID card, maybe with their address. And then 5, they can't produce a lease. Are these inclusive things? So if they produce, let's say, a license that had that address on it, but not a lease, would they be able to be removed?
No, they need to produce one of those things. And the language around producing of the lease, we got feedback that many people are in a verbal month-to-month lease. So we added in there that they would just be able to provide proof of payment. So if they're paying their landlord in a check or Venmo or something, there would just be, some verification, and they would not be, taken away from the property.
All right, thank you very much.
Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have had the opportunity to discuss with some of the advocates, realtors, about this bill. I think many of the parts of the bill make sense to me. I'm supportive of this. The first part, Section 1, I do have some concerns with. I can also state that I'm serving in the Housing Committee, and the Housing Committee has passed a bill like this out of the committee already. I voted against that bill too. I would like to vote in favor of this, but if the chairs are open to removing Section 1, which may be somewhat redundant as an exact similar bill is out of the Housing Committee that could be used for the purpose, but I just wanted to offer that option to think about. But in the current form, I'm going to vote no. But if the chairs are open to removing Section 1, then would be a yes. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Can I just ask a question? Even with the changes that were made, which very much watered down that Section 1 in the JFS language, you would still be a no?
as of right now, I'm worried about some of the potential of abuse in this case, and our history and the state has not been the finest around some of these aspects. I know it's protective for specific unauthorized residents, but I'm still not sure that the risk of abuse has been eliminated. I know it with the changes through your efforts, Madam Chair, they have been reduced significantly, but not to the level of my comfort yet. But I appreciate your efforts for this.
Thank you, Senator. And I do just want to add that, you know, this is a Connecticut Realtors bill. These are people that are doing this every day, boots on the ground. You know, there were some instances that were brought to us that were very concerning that's happening here in Connecticut. And we're just trying to make sure that the worst case scenarios can be prevented. And again, would be all ears on making sure that we put the bill forward in a way, if it does move forward, to address additional concerns. And please note that we did do a lot of editing based on feedback. Thank you. Senator Honig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have similar concerns with Senator Anwar about people who deserve to be in the court system getting caught up in this. But I do appreciate the efforts that you made in the JFS language. I think some additional work still needs to happen in that JFS language, but in the interests of continuing the conversation and knowing that we have an opportunity to continue to improve this bill, I'll be voting yes on it.
Thank you, Senator. And please send over your changes that you would like to see. We'd be happy to incorporate those in the bill.
Thank you.
Senator Lesser.
Thank you. I want to just echo the concerns that Senator Anwar expressed. I have met with realtors in my district and our district, and I know how important the balance of the bill is, sections 2 through the end, and I support them. But the question, even with the JFS language, I've seen a lot of concerns from the legal services community about potential abuse of the language in section 1. And so for me to be able to support this bill today, I would suggest amending the bill to strike section 1, particularly since Senator Anwar mentioned, there's a bill that already is substantially the same that's been JF'd and is on I believe the House calendar. So with that, I would strongly suggest that if the language can't be changed today, then I will have to flag this with a no vote, and just express the concern that without those changes, I'm worried that the bill will have to be referred to judiciary, and that could jeopardize the bill. And I think that would be a shame, given how important it is to our friends in the realtor community, how important it is to our economy here in this region and across the state.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. And I will point out that the language that would have referred this to the Judiciary Committee has been taken out again to address some of the concerns that were brought to us, and appreciate your comments. Senator Marks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be voting no on this today. I aligned my comments with good Senator Anwar Lesser. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
This is a roll call vote to JFS LCO number 6312 to the floor. Representative Wood. Senator Cabrera. Representative Berry. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes no.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato. Senator Wong. Representative Ali Brennan.
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Delnicki. Representative Meskers. Representative Nuccio. Senator Honig.
Senator Honig votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes no.
Senator Marks.
Marks votes no.
Thank you.
Moving on to HB 7040, an act requiring a study of health carrier coverage guidelines, utilization review and coverage for life-saving medical treatment or services. This bill is a study and does those kind of data collection. I think this has been asked multiple times throughout the day. So hopefully we get some more information to help us as we draft bills going forward. Do I have a motion to JF to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Ali Brennan, second by Representative Meskers. Any discussion? Representative Ali Brennan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I introduced this bill after hearing Daniel Pearson's story. He's a young man from the Danbury area whose insurance denied him life-saving heart surgery. Sadly, he's not alone. Too many people in Connecticut face denials, delays, and restrictive insurance policies that put profits over patient care. And so this bill will push the insurance commissioner to study these issues, how insurers decide coverage, the transparency of their review process, and mandated coverage for life-saving treatments. And while I wanted stronger action this year, this study is a step forward for real reform and will help us fight for bigger changes next session. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes and move this bill forward because patients deserve better. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
This is a roll call vote to JF HB 7040 to the floor. Representative Wood,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Barry, Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Pavlock Tomato, Senator Wong, Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Representative Delnicki, Representative Meskers, Representative Nuccio, Senator Honig,
Senator Honig votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Marks.
Marks votes yes.
Thank you.
Announcement of our date and time of our next meeting. None. It's really exciting. If anyone's around, please join us in the insurance and real estate committee area after, and votes will be held open until 3. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Senator Marks, do you have a comment?
No. I want to vote. I didn't get to vote on everything.
Hi, Senator, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, let's go through. So the first one was HB 7038.
Yes.
Okay. Next up, HB 7069.
Yes.
Then HB 6973.
Yes.
Then HB 7116.
Yes.
And then HB 7039.
No.
Okay, HB 7115.
Yes.
Oh, and then you got, yep, and I got that one.
I think just SB 10 maybe?
Yes, I need your vote on SB 10.
Yes.
Okay. And I do need your vote on HB 7068 as well.
Yes.
Okay. And SB 1425.
Yes.
Okay, and we're good. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Hey, Allison, I think I missed one vote.
Valley Brennan. Hi, Representative,
I can't believe you put him
Hey.
first.
on the record.
Who is that?
Valley Brennan.
Yes.
Which one did you miss?
I think I missed SB 10. I voted on the amendment, but I don't vote on the bill.
Okay.
I'm a yes.
SB 10, you're voting yes.
Correct.
Let me just make sure you didn't miss any others. I think that there was one that I thought that I missed, but I guess not. I think that's it.
You think that's it?
What's that?
I said, you think that's it?
Let me double check.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
No worries. Thank you.
I'm just making sure. Yes, I have all your votes. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you so
Ryan.
much. All right, bye.
Hi, Ellie. Hi. Can you hear me?
Just a second, Senator Anwar. I'll be right with you.
Thank you.
Hi, Senator.
I think I may have missed one or two votes.
Let me make sure. Okay, yes, so HB 6973.
Yeah, Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you. And SB 1384.
Yes, Senator Anwar votes yes. You're good. Did you get my vote?
And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.